isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Carlsen, Aronian, Anish Giri, Akopian, Sergisian, Pashikian, Melkumian, Shansarkisian, Grishuk, Mamedyarov, Rajabov, Gashimov, yes, Gusenov, then okay, let's go Niemann, Song, Sevian.
See, it's harder than you think, right?
Oh yeah, so much harder.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight rough.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to move.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens Sicilian. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first. f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo on bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, knight e5. Pressure zone. e4 pawn is weak, d6 pawn is weak. I've got pressure here. Maybe knight g6 opening the file, maybe b5, maybe bishop b7. What's Ruben gonna do? Ruben, by the way, owns a nice restaurant and a chess club that he invited us to. Nice guy. But likes to think. Not easy to find a plan for white here. Black is very comfortable. Maybe drop the bishop back. Maybe bring the knight into the center. Maybe a4, restricting b5. Which one is he gonna go for? Not easy. Bishop g3. Maybe intending bishop h4. Opening the f-file for the rook. Bishop h4 is not a real threat, so I go b5. Bishop h4, I've got g5, or even bishop e7. a3, preventing b4. Now I'll get comfortable development, pressuring the e4 pawn. With the knight and the bishop now. Bishop d3, very passive, but does defend the e4 pawn. Knight h5, I had other options, maybe rook c8, knight c4. But knight h5 forces the bishop to do something he takes. I could take with the pawn or with the rook, but now already I spotted a very nice idea. There is an interesting theme here. Do you see that? Now intending something very tricky. Knight d5. Decent move. Now the queen should probably go here, but I had a little dirty trick. Takes, and queen b6, taking away the square from the king. And now I started praying. Look at this. Look at me, trying to distract him. Looking at the queen side where all the action is centered around the king. I'm hoping. He will miss it. Will he miss it? Oh no, knight d4 very strong. If I take, he's got bishop h7 check. Prevents my idea, but I'm not sure he sees it. Now, the shameless and shameful moment is coming up. I want my dirty trick to work. Oh, this is greasy. Rook b8. This is completely stupid, but I'm inviting a fork. Oh no, my rook. Look, I'm shaking the head. All part of the act. Actually, this is a mistake. You should first go g4 now, hit the knight, and then go knight c6. White has the upper hand, as you can see here in the evil bar. But I'm shaking my head, hoping for knight c6 right away. And he's falling for it. He's falling for it. Will he fall for it? Yeah, he'll fall for it. Knight c6. And now knight g3. The satisfaction. Look at that smile. Look at the smile of the shameless. Or shameful. Both shameless and shameful top grandmaster. Look at that glee. Oh, disgusting. You fell for it. GG, yo.
I asked for it.
I did ask for it. So if you enjoyed the video and more importantly, you want to also crush the chess hustlers in your city, then go get my Knight of course at Chessable. It will give you a complete lifetime repertoire against the first move 1e4 and have you covered with an exciting and a sharp weapon. Good luck.
This is day 4 of the FTX Crypto Cup. Welcome, everybody. I am so excited once again to be here. It's been a fabulous tournament so far, and we are entering the halfway mark. And this is when things start to turn around. Energy matter. It's all about keeping that consistency. And what an event we've had. We've had an Armageddon, we've had playoffs, we've had drama over the board. Intense chess, just how we love it. Let's bring Peter on chat and we'll get on with the show. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah, hello, Tania. Hello, everyone. What an incredible matchups we have today. I mean, okay, Magnus plays with Liam. That's already great. But I feel like, you know, Prag versus Levon is the one that gets my biggest attention. And of course, Anish and Hans Niemann is about to settle their score from this prior to the event action. Yeah, it wasn't resolved yet. I'm very excited to see that big battle.
I love how you come in, Peter, and immediately onto the boxing ring with the matchups. And it just goes on to show how much you are also invested in this tournament and how much it excites you even as a chess player.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, okay, such controversy I have never witnessed before a tournament. Yeah, so I really feel like the players maybe were unlucky that they were not paired in the very first round against each other. Then they would have, you know, get all this excitement out of them and been able maybe to better focus on the tournament. But finally, it's there. The fourth round, we're going to see this big battle.
Yes, chat. Let chess speak for itself. The controversies that Peter has been talking about, all the drama on and off the board, and we're expecting more of that. Let's take a look at what's going on Twitter. Tomorrow, same time, same place. The graphic speaks for itself is what Anish has to say, Peter. And he's up against Hans. I was at dinner yesterday. We were all sitting, the chess players were all there. And it came up that Anish is playing Hans, and we were discussing, it's like Hans is on a mission here, but what that mission is, nobody is sure of.
That's very well put. I mean, clearly he wants to win. Yeah, this is an incredible prestige duel. On the other hand, also Anish feels like, okay, yesterday he already was almost winning a match. He got to the Armageddon, he lost there, but he was getting some, I felt like he was getting some confidence out of his interviews as well. So it's going to be a big fight.
Confidence is absolutely key in this format because it's so easy to go on tilt. And I think we've seen that with Hans. I've come to the conclusion the one secret to Hans winning a match is, Peter, he needs to stop giving those post-game interviews after round 1. He has to do that. He has to be a man of his tweet, like he mentioned. No more interviews. And he always starts the day with the sparkling chess, this scintillating play. But then something falls apart.
Yeah, but also it's kind of very strange that, I mean, he wins that first game in a very good style, and then suddenly he goes on the defensive in the second one. Yeah, we have seen it yesterday against Prague. I did not expect him to play this Carlsen endgame, you know, slightly worse. Yeah, maybe he was coming up with interesting ideas. It could be, but still, when I think about Hans, yeah, very energetic, you know, trying to grab the initiative. So it doesn't really fit like he tries to be as solid as possible. And the same applied against Magnus, yeah, because he won that game with the black pieces and then he played some knight d2 French. And then also there he was a little bit hesitant. And it's just not his style. So probably he needs to, I mean, if he wins, he needs to go all in the next game as well to have this adrenaline, this rush and everything. Because if he slows down, it's not his cup of tea.
Yeah, and I also think that he has this this thing where it's very easy for him to go on tilt, you know, that control over nerves. And maybe that's also because he's all of 18. It's kind of easy to forget with Hans that he's just 18 years old. So lots of excitement coming up, and chat is saying that there needs to be a draw option in the Anish versus Hans poll, and that definitely comes from the matchup that we saw between Anish and Alireza yesterday. 6 epic draws, and it went down to the wire and was decided only in the Armageddon. But one has to say that the result was not at all a reflection of the kind of chess that we saw, the fights that we saw between these two. Intense chess, lots of ups and downs, tense position. At some point, the bar was +8, -5, and it was all about finding those precise computer moves. And we know as humans, that is impossible. But 6 super entertaining draws. Today against Hans, I have a feeling he's been the most decisive player, in terms of results. I'm not expecting so many draws in Anish versus Hans today.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's a no holds barred match. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, anything is legal, anything is possible. It's gonna be a real street fight. But we have also talked too much about them. After all, Diana, at this moment, at the bottom of the standing, they can start to come back at any moment. But I believe it's also absolutely justified if we praise Pragg with only being 17 and so mature in these events. I mean, just controlling the situation. Now he's up to an incredible challenge against Levon Aronian, who has just lost an unlucky but very big fighting match against Magnus. So I'm all in for this match.
I fully agree with you. We saw the standings there, and here's a really fun tweet by Ramesh, who is here with Pragg in Miami. And I'm not able to read it. It's not very clear on my screen. Let me just pull it up one moment. And it says, with a young, naughty, and innocent Pragg. Now he's Netta Koku. I think Netta Koku is Tamil, and maybe chat will tell me because chat clearly knows everything. Now he's Netta Koku, super naughty and not innocent at all.
Well, he's so far unstoppable. Yeah, it's just really incredible how he controls his nerves. I mean, he is down to a few seconds on the clock and he doesn't panic. It's just incredible because, I mean, it's kind of logical. You have everything under control. You have a lot of time on the clock and everything is fine. I think it works for many, many people. But, I mean, we know exactly when the clock ticks down and all the pressure is on you, then to navigate yourself and be as cool as he has been, it's truly stunning.
I think for today's broadcast, I'm loving Netta Koku. That's how we're going to be referring to Pragg for today, Peter. Netta Koku Pragg. Ramesh also with some really interesting insights on this one, that like the Oslo Rapid a few months ago, Pragg is still winning the matches. He was in fact leading even in the Oslo Esports Cup until this point. But I think it was very much the 4th day when things didn't go according to plan for him. In Oslo, we saw him wrap up every single match 2.5 to half in 3 games. But here, the margin has been 2.5 to 1.5, but he's still doing what needs to be done. And there we see Levon adjusting his seat, getting ready with that stunning arena in the background, getting ready for his games. Let's quickly bring up our matchups of the day. There we have it. Alireza against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Both players love to play hyper-aggressive chess, and this one's going to be quite a thrilling ride. Anish against Hans. Well, both have spoken on Twitter. We've spoken a lot about them on the broadcast. This one's going to be drama on and off the board. Pragg against Lev, a big matchup. Pragg has been on fire, currently co-leading the event along with Magnus, who will be facing Liam. Liam, with a stunning 3-game victory against Duda yesterday, has definitely found his rhythm. It's going to be a fun day of chess.
Absolutely. I mean, and we haven't even really spoken about Alireza versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, which simply shows what kind of incredible fights we are seeing. And Alireza is the first one to make a move, and he goes e4. Duda goes e5. There we have it. Will it be? Yes, it's going to be a Berlin, but probably anti-Berlin. Yeah, d3.
What
Bishop
happened to
c5 takes.
I want to know. But Peter, before we start, we've got to ask our chat. I feel like in this broadcast, Peter and I are commentating along with chat. Chat is part of the commentary team.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Yeah, because we are getting so much impulses. It's so lovely to be so interactive.
So let's hear it, chat, what you have to say about our polls. I'll wait for the results to come in. So Peter, what do we have here?
Well, one of the most critical lines of the anti-Berlin. White is going for this bishop takes c6, knight bd2, knight c4, and then c3 move order against black's knight d7 setup. Yeah, black has not yet castled, so white is trying to break quickly with d3, d4. On the other hand, white has also not castled yet, but the idea is probably not to let black get some, but nevertheless, black goes knight f8. Very interesting. So I wanted to highlight that basically maybe the move c3 is aimed to stop or discourage the move knight f8. But Duda, regardless, goes for it. It will be very interesting. And I see we have also other liftoffs. Prague versus Levon Aronian. Okay, let's take a look. Nimzo Indian. There we have it. That's the way. I mean, that's the way how things should be. I mean, Levon playing the Nimzo Indian with black. And I believe he will play a classical system. Yeah, d5, cd5. And Levon is thinking, yeah, I mean, okay, I'm expecting ed5, and then probably we're gonna see d takes c5. It's one of those. No, Levon goes cd4. Yeah, he always has his own kind of tricky little systems.
The Nimzo Indian, Peter, you declared this as your favorite opening, and that explains the excitement of you spotting this on this game, especially with Levon and you having so many similarities. The school of Ashak being one of them, Catenaccio chess being one of them. Tell us, why is it that this position, you like it so much, and what are the different plans here?
No, actually, this position is not my favorite, because I'm the one who usually plays bishop d3, d5, and I'm inviting white for the c takes d5, e d5 uncompromising structure. It's we have seen a lot of very interesting games. And if after d5 white plays the move a3, then I take on c3 and take d takes c4 and go for this structure. Yeah, this is kind of my favorite. We have also seen Pragg did this against Anish. Yeah, it's the classical way. So clearly Pragg would have had his ideas here from the white side. But Levon sticks to his kind of tricky little systems. It's rapid. It's more about surprising your opponent, not necessarily playing the absolute best line. Yeah, it's he might also not want to reveal any of his big main preparations, and this is also coming as a surprise, and he plays against a young opponent. It's very tempting maybe to try to check his knowledge in sidelines.
And that makes a lot of sense, especially given the kind of prep that Pragg has been showing in this event so far. It's not just that he's coming prepared for the games, but even improving round by round his preparation, coming up with new ideas whenever given the possibility. So I think Levon's approach, and it's the general approach with these young kids today, if you can get them off book, if you can just get a game where they don't know the theory as much as you would normally expect them to, it's already success out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are incredibly good players, so people might misunderstand that we are calling them great theoreticians. Yeah, but the point is that they are very good if they are in their structure, or if they, I mean, it's just a chess game. But if you get them into some specific, some old lines which they are not that familiar with, yeah, and it's not exactly, you know, clear cut what to do, then of course it's very tricky and dangerous to face those kind of sidelines. And this is what I feel. Look at this. Levon insists on the pin, yeah, pinning the knight on f3, and he has secured his knight on f6 with knight b7. Yes, he did give up the two bishops. Yeah, he took bishop takes c3, b takes c3. So, but he got an unbalanced structure, and it's something where white really needs to think about how to resolve this pin issue along the diagonal. Yeah, this is a big question, and if you don't know exactly how to treat it, it might not be so easy in a rapid game.
Very interesting stuff. And you now want to move the queen away, allowing the destruction of the pawn structure with bishop f3. Bishop e2 also is not a move that you want to make to get out of the pin. Peter, c4, a break in the center would result in the d4 pawn being forever weak. But that said, it still feels like black can put pressure along the c file on the c3 weakness, and c4 might need to be played despite leaving the d4 pawn weak.
Wow, I mean, it would really surprise me if people would play here the move c4. I mean, I don't see it coming, to be honest. I just don't see it coming, but I'm also a little bit confused, yeah, that what is the move? I mean, maybe a move like, and there you go, Pragg goes c4, but
c4.
I'm not loving it. I'm not a big fan, but maybe it's good, but it's a surprise for me.
Well, I saw the eval bar. Okay, now it's come down again, but at least nothing is too wrong in the position. Maybe it's just an approach to go ahead with a different kind of plan. And it would be a bit scary for white to face rook c8, putting pressure on c3, and then c4 is just never possible in those positions once black gets the bind. So the opportunity is now.
Yes, exactly. I mean, maybe it's a very clever practical choice. I mean, I don't really believe that white can fight for advantage after c4. I just feel like, okay, black should be super solid and he has the d5 square. He might have knight b6 tempo and so on. But on the other hand, it's a rapid game and white needs a very clear plan. Yeah, and here then at least I guess he knows that after knight b6 he will play bishop b3. He's ready to solve the pin issue by getting out of the pin with queen d3, and that's I think also one of the main attractions for white of going c4 and getting the bishop to b3. And it's easy play. Yeah, it's perfectly understandable. Maybe a very clever choice. I was just surprised because usually it shouldn't give anything for white, but after all we have the two bishops. You never know.
All right, so two bishops and an open position. I kind of am liking the dynamics that we might see here. You know, when you've got double bishops, you've got to open up as many diagonals as possible. So this one's going to be fun. Peter, let's continue on our opening tour and let's take a look at what Magnus is getting up to against Liam. And oh my God, what kind of a position is that? E5, F5 already on the board. Is this theory? But I'm not sure because Magnus is down to about 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because it featured exactly the same line that Duda has played in the Blitz playoff against Levon. I think, yeah, that he kind of wanted to surprise Levon with d4, and then Levon played some very old school reaction, and Duda was out of book. I guess now Magnus definitely has studied that line carefully. ED4, E5 on the board, D5, Bishop B5, and I believe that Levon did the knight d7 business. Yeah, he did knight d7 business, but now Liam plays the more classical knight e4, knight takes d4, bishop d7, bishop takes c6, b takes c6. Yeah, it's a big jungle. I remember that it was always an issue that this position existed, but since I usually always played the move bishop c5, I never let this line happen. Yeah, so I'm not such a big guru as usually I'm in e4, e5 positions. So bishop d7 takes, castles bishop e7, and now white starts to harass this knight. First of all, forces to move away. Then he goes immediately f4, and he wants to get f5. Liam castles, and after f5 he jumps back to e4. And knight b3 played by Magnus. He wants to somehow control the c5 square. Yeah, also discourage c5 because then d5 pawn is hanging. That's the key idea, I guess, of Magnus. And after rook e8, knight 1 d2, and that's the current position.
And the current situation in chat is, I like white structure, but I agree with Peter. I wouldn't play c4. This was in the Prag game, Levon, where Prag took the decision to go c4 and change the pawn structure. An interesting decision there by Prag. And this one, I have to say, I'm also loving the pawn structure with e5, f5. The d4 with queen d4, white guards the e5 pawn, and it just feels c6, c7 is a weakness as well. Knight c5 can come in at some point. Bishop c5, queen c5 ideas, as well as it's so unpleasant for black to constantly be on the lookout of moves like f6.
Yeah, but it's a very direct position. It's clear if white gets 2 extra tempis and stabilizes, white will be just winning. Yeah, so the key moment is that it's black to move, and the pawns are also a little bit too far advanced. Yeah, so for example, maybe black has some queen e7 moves. I mean, there should be some tactical justification how Liam is thinking to play this position.
If black goes queen e7, I mean, f6 is just super tempting now to me. You want to hit that queen with a tempo. It might be good, it might be bad, but it's just screaming to be played.
Yeah, especially because the bishop on d7 is hanging. Yeah, so I can't take on e5 due to queen takes d7, and basically there we already get the answer that if I'm not really settling queen takes e5, then why do I play queen e7? Yeah, it's a big question, but I mean,
Maybe there are some ideas like rook b8, rook b4. I don't know if after rook b8, does white have time to actually pick up the pawn on e4? Because it does leave the e5 pawn pinned. Again, rook b8, queen e4 might be possible. He goes queen e7. He listens to you, Peter. Peter, you're on point with all your moves. Queen e7 played by
Well,
Liam.
it's the most natural move, but actually I'm a little bit worried after f6. Yeah, okay, after f6 probably he wants to take g takes f6. That was the line that I was kind of calculating that where does this lead, and I wasn't exactly sure because how do you take?
Let's take a look because this is actually a really fun position. First, let me just put it out there. I really hope Magnus plays f6 here because that guarantees a lot of entertainment for us. So f6, you trade on f6. My first feeling would be to pick it up with the pawn.
Yes, you take with the pawn, and I'm kind of forced to play queen d6.
All right, luckily my rook on f1 is still defending it. I mean, so many tempting options, right? I kind of want to move my queen away. So let's start with queen e3 here.
Queen e3. Well, there was also some argument for queen f2 and then try to get bishop e3 and then control the c5 square. It's a little bit nasty. I mean, I'm not happy with black because I would love to use the momentum. Yeah, I would love to use that. I have the two bishops and I have open position somehow, but simply the e4 pawn is stopping my counterplay on the e file, and you have a very nice blockade on the dark squares. This is a problem.
Also, queen g5 check coming, and you don't have time to play rook e5 because of queen g3, bishop f4 ideas. I have to say, I like white here.
Yeah, it's better for white, but the big question is that Liam has kind of blitzed out not blitzed out everything, but up till the moment when Magnus pushed his pawn all the way to f5, yeah, this was still kind of almost played instantly by Liam, and then after knight b3 he kind of slowed down and he got himself into some kind of a unpleasant situation because takes queen d4 already. Yeah, f6 on the board.
F6 on the board, chat. We are in for a lot of fun on this one.
Well, it depends who, but maybe not Liam. Magnus and we are definitely enjoying, but over the board with black, it might be just very unpleasant.
And this is the kind of stuff you want to play in a rapid game, right? Maybe in classical, f6 would be thought over good or bad, but putting these maximum questions and maximum problem to your opponent is the way you start complicating things and hoping that it works your way. Peter, f6, queen e6 feels like the only other move if you don't want to take on f6, but I don't like that. I don't like queen e6.
Exactly. Also, unfortunately, GF didn't look so appealing as well. That's another problem. So the big question, how Liam will react to the situation. Yeah, he's clearly in shock because he's a very good theoretician. He's not supposed to end up in any kind of trouble so quickly, so early in the game. And yeah, he goes for GF. He has to play it.
GF,
queen d6.
As we called it out, and now queen e6 or queen d6. Queen d6 offering a queen trade makes a lot of sense, but I don't expect Magnus to trade queens here. Look at that stunning pawn on f6. Liam's king still a little bit under the heat and things could become risky for black. He goes queen f2. Peter, your choice. Making sure that the bishop on c1 can be developed to f4, e3 at some point, keeping all options alive. Maybe queen will come to h4 for the attack as well. So a fun position. Let's keep going and take a look at the Duda board. We'll come right back to this.
Yeah, here Magnus is enjoying, and it's up to Liam to come up with some deep idea from black side, otherwise he's suffering. So it gives us the chance to look around. Well, we left it here after c3, knight f8. White opted for bishop e6. It was kind of a very smart little touch because after bishop b6 he went for d4, so he included this bishop e3, bishop b6 moves, gaining some half tempo. E takes d4, knight takes d4, queen e7. Okay, fairly standard. Yeah, black tries to slow develop. Castles, bishop takes d4. Well, giving away the bishop just like this, takes, knight e6. Yeah, he wants to develop quickly. Knight e3, takes, short castles. Yeah, one could argue that white has the better pawn structure, yeah, because we have 4 versus 3 on the king side. But these double pawns, like in the Berlin deal, one should not underestimate with the light squared bishop. Yeah, that light squared bishop will have a very nice square on e6, and black will always start counterplay on the queen side. I guess this is what we are seeing. Rook a d1, bishop e6, provoking c4, then black starts the typical a5, queen c3, queen b4 counterplay. That's it. It's not easy to prove anything here for white. Queen
All right,
c2.
looks. One gets the feeling that Jan-Krzysztof Duda should be happy with the outcome of the opening. The knight on e3 with that d5 square under control, f5 square under control. We can call this game pretty even so far. Also, we need to change the players on our screen. This is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Alireza. Peter, let's move on to the Prag board and get an update on that, where we were discussing about this change of pawn structure with c4. Lots of moves have been played. A queen trade is on offer. Let's take it from where we left it last so we can make sense of this position.
Yeah, c4, d takes c4, bishop c4. Levon actually did not play knight b6. He went rook c8. Anyway, Prag put bishop on b3, h6, bishop h4. And Levon's idea was queen a5. Yeah, that's why he kept the knight on d7. He wanted to unpin himself. And now Prag made a very interesting decision. He played the move queen d1 to e1. So that's the way how he wants to sidestep. And he says, you know what? I mean, if we trade queens, then I don't mind. Please spoil my pawn structure, but you give them the second bishop. And in this pawn structure with these two incredible powerful bishops and the open e-file, actually white can be really better. Now we also see that black is not able to control the d5 square. Yeah, black's knights are kind of stuck there, slightly passively. So Prag is having some kind of a small pressure.
So it looks like even though Levon tried to get Prag on some offbeat territory, Prag has handled it pretty well. We were discussing about how he sidesteps from this pin and finding this creative way of doing it with a queen trade from e1. That's some impressive play. Peter, let's take a look at some lines here. So what happens if black decides to not trade queens and let's say goes queen to f5?
Exactly. I'm actually expecting Levon to play queen f5. Levon is not a person who likes to play some slightly worse endgames.
Correct.
He will look for some counter chances, but on the other hand, after queen f5, he has a lot to calculate because, of course, clearly white probably will play a move like knight e5, and then this g4 idea still remains a threat. And who knows? I mean, maybe even some f4 and then g4 because black's pieces are really calling for some action on the king side. And Levon opts for queen a6, so he sidesteps, but he wants to have a more secure position for his queen.
Queen a6, and I do see a rival bar doesn't like this particular spot for the queen, but of course it's hard to understand why, because it's kind of like a nice move. Your queen can't be targeted from anywhere here, and rook e8 is coming up, hitting white's queen on e1. I think if you make a move like knight e5, black might have the option to actually pin it with rook e8.
Well, I think that even black has this very sneaky move, bishop e2.
Oof.
That's a typical Levon trick.
That is so tricky. I love it.
Yeah, trapping the rook.
And that is such a sneaky idea, Peter. Like bishop e2, you trap the rook, and it's only possible because of queen a6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't really see it too often. I mean, when Levon played queen a6, my first thought was, what does he want after that? And then I immediately, of course, bishop e2. That's typical Levon. So the big question is that maybe in order to go for the initiative, should white maybe even play a move like g4 and after bishop g6 go knight e5? I mean, go for some very direct, aggressive approach. But I'm guessing that black will anyway try some bishop d3 with very similar ideas. And Prag says, I don't want any of it. Let me just play sensible, nice little moves white to weaken the structure. If I get my knight to e5, my position will be wonderful. And I stop any kind of bishop e2. I mean, the simplicity, the way how Prag handles this position is really impressive. I mean, he doesn't want to be provoked. He plays the best moves. He might be outplaying Levon. I have the feeling Levon is in trouble now.
Big words of praise there for Prag by Peter. Also, after queen e3, if black puts pressure on the queen with a move like rook e8, you always have this nice little square on... you go knight e5, you can't. The nice little square that I was going to point out was f4, but maybe that might lead. I mean, g5 doesn't feel like it's possible, but rook e4 might be a little unpleasant to deal with after a move like queen f4.
Yeah, but of course we want to cement the position, yeah, because look at this, knight to e5, then who knows, we might just start, I mean, you can't challenge white's pieces, yeah? Bishop on b3 is a monster. The bishop on h5 can actually be trapped. The pressure on the f7 pawn, I mean, this position very quickly can simply be lost for black.
All right, so things looking good for Pragg here. Nice, simple chess, as Peter puts it. Peter, let's jump over to the Anish Hans matchup. We haven't had an update on that in a long time. I see that Hans is going for it with Harry the h-pawn, h5 just played.
Yeah, but it's more out of some kind of a necessity, yeah, because white got the two bishops, and white feels like white is slowly in control, so black wants to justify that. At least he wants to create some play, and also he gives now the option for white. Do you go h3? Please burn some time. Do you go h4? I mean, every single decision might cost a couple of minutes, but let's take a look what happens. So it's c4, e5, knight f3, and we go for this 4 knights g3 system, knight d4. It has a reputation of being a rock solid line, this knight d4. It's basically agreeing to be tiny little bit worse with black, but avoiding all kinds of big theory, and it's a super solid, super safe position. But white's plan is exactly this knight a4. I mean, this gives a chance for white to fight for advantage, immediately targeting this bishop. Black plays d6. White is not yet taking because the bishop can't really run away, and after a5 now it's the moment to take. White retreats with the bishop to g2 and now slowly prepares b3, bishop b2. Yeah, this is how we got here. I mean, I'm loving white's position because I'm simply a big believer in the two bishops. But and Anish goes queen d2, very nice move. What a touch! Hitting the a5 pawn and also aiming at queen g5, and then suddenly you might be regretting this terrible weakness with h5.
You want that pawn on h6 so that the queen can't jump over to g5. Once the queen lands on g5, that knight on f6, forever tied to defend the h5 pawn. You never want to make a move like g6 with black here, weakening those dark squared bishops, dark squares, when you don't have a dark squared bishop to challenge the bishop on b2. That was a bit of a tongue twister. Queen d2, absolutely agree, a stunning move. And Peter, by the way, our chat has also spoken on this match. Anish versus Hans. Anish is an 87% favorite. Hans at 12%. It's funny, you know, but I've noticed this one thing about our polls, that nobody knows where that 1% disappears to. Like, it always adds up to 99.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is some vacuum. Yeah, it just gets lost in the space. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a void.
Yes, it's I mean, but yeah, definitely looking at white's position, Anish is very happy. Yeah, he just got the dream of all dreams, and Hans in some kind of a trial. Yeah, he might be regretting it. Yeah, he goes b6. Anish jumps on queen g5 immediately. Now he wants to go f4, and Hans needs to be very alert to control the situation. It might be very unpleasant.
And once this f4 comes in and the rook on f1 opens up, that knight on f6 will be such a huge target. This is looking like Anish is all over the board in this one. Peter, let's move on to our next game and let's jump back to the Magnus Liam board. Oh my God, you're going to love this position.
Well, so many things have happened, and for some reason, actually, Magnus has slightly lost control. I mean, I felt like he went... What did he...
Let's go back. Let's go back to f6.
Yes, I mean, okay, f6 takes. This is what happened. Takes, queen d6, queen f2, and Liam just played a very nice little touch with queen e5, preparing bishop d6, also hitting the b2 pawn, plus he's threatening to play e3. Yeah, so it's up to Magnus now to decide how he deals with it. And Magnus went very into some kind of a bishop e3, bishop d6, queen h4 aggressive plan, but somehow Liam seems to get a good position. So what happened? King h8, rook e1. Yeah, just Magnus plays by the feeling. Yeah, just bring all the pieces, but black does the same. And actually, if black sidesteps with his king and activates the rook, then this f6 pawn is not dangerous at all.
And also, Peter, the g2 pawn can come under attack at some point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, some rook g4, rook h8 is already a very huge threat. So Magnus basically had foreseen it probably that he wanted to go bishop f4, but now Liam collects the pawn, and it's so important to destroy the structure. Plus, queen takes c2 will always come and hit the g2 pawn as well. So Magnus takes, goes queen takes e4. But now rook a to e8 with the tempo, and look at this knight is still very far from action. I mean, if someone, then only black can be better. Now the pawn on f6 is kind of weak. Imagine the queen retreating, for example, to d3, then we can simply take and collect on f6, and we will be pawn up for nothing.
So is Magnus in trouble here? Because queen d3 loses the pawn on f6, while queen h4 defending the f6 pawn loses the pawn on c2, threatening mate on g2.
Exactly. I mean, suddenly he has these
And
two weaknesses.
not even to mention, ideas like bishop h3 will always be in the air, putting pressure on that g2 pawn. So it looks like f6 started, this whole operation started to put black's king under fire, but actually it might be white's king that might be in trouble.
Yeah, that queen e5 move was a stunning resource from black. It also shows how sharp Liam is. Yeah, after bouncing back yesterday, we are seeing Liam, who has been throughout the tour. Yeah, very precise, very concentrated, very focused. We had him yesterday in the studio. He was spot on with many of his suggestions for the other games. One could really feel that he gets into a very good concentrating mood.
And Peter, I have to say, I think that is the secret, that players have to join us after their matches for this commentary.
Definitely. I mean, we are calling Hans. Yeah, I mean, Hans, please come join us. We will have great time. We will be discussing all kinds of issues, all kinds of chess-related, non-chess related stuff. We are very happy to do that. So we are really encouraging Hans to join us. But now for the moment, yeah, Liam collects the pawn. He's pawn up, has the bishop against the knight, and Magnus in for a very tough defense to hold this position.
All right, well, the one thing that seems to be in Magnus's favor is that black's pawn structure is also a little shaky, and the king on h8 over this diagonal is not super safe. So, for example, let's say if you made a move like queen to e6, trying to defend the f7 pawn, then a white might have queen d4 check. And ideas like that, where you give a check and you might target the a7 pawn. On the other hand, moves like queen g6, white can trade the queens and start putting pressure on the d6 pawn, or even enter with rook f7.
Yeah, it's one of those lines. Yeah, that for example, queen g6 is a very natural move. Then queen
You
take
can
g6,
trade maybe.
fg, and rook f7. Yeah,
And a draw, Peter. I've just spotted a draw after rook g7.
yeah, it's a logical one. Yeah, because okay, the white's rook is very active. You don't feel like you have any winning chances if you continue. So it's a big question. Does Liam gonna be able to find? Yeah, he retreats with queen g7, so he's ambitious. It shows he's ambitious. Yeah,
I love it. I love it. You defend f7, no queen d4 check, no queen trades. That is 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, but the pawn on d6 is now hanging. Magnus immediately bleeds out rook f2, and if you push this d pawn to d5, then suddenly white's knight will have some very nice squares. I don't know exactly if knight c5 does so much, because then maybe you just retreat the bishop and the knight is empty. But in any case, yeah, in any case, it feels like white has decent compensation.
I really like what you pointed out, that d5 at first sight, you feel like, do I want to make this move? All these weak squares, but then you realize that actually the knight on c5 has got no future. Because of the pawn on d5, it can't jump to e4.
Exactly. Yeah, it's. I mean, maybe white can follow it up with c3, queen d4 to set up a fortress-ish position like this. It could easily be, but yeah. In any case, now also a tough call for Liam to decide how he wants to deal, because he knows that if he plays d5, he also gives Magnus long-term compensation. Otherwise, how do we protect this pawn?
And getting an update from chat, what they feel about this position. Agree, queen e5 was a bomb move. I completely am on point. I'm 100% agreement on that. Stopping bishop f4, putting pressure on f6. Peter, you pointed it out, a nice touch by Liam. Liam is a great player. He's motivated and feeling well. And I think that had a lot to do with his performance yesterday. Definitely getting that confidence. Play for the win, trust yourself. Way to go, Liam. A lot of Liam supporters in chat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's also such a nice person. I mean, always very polite, always to the point, very focused. It's always nice to see him. And I have noticed it already like some 3 years ago, that it's just a matter of time till he will make a next step. And I feel like this tour also has given him the chance. Yeah, he's also getting a lot of experience here. He's doing fine and he keeps on improving.
All right, we will come back to this because this definitely looks like it's some work for Magnus to try to defend. Although Peter, he has picked up the d6 pawn, bishop d5, a nice spot for the bishop, putting pressure on g2. Bishop g2 is a big threat. But is this really that dangerous now for white? Can g3 and yeah, and queen f6 is coming anyway if you try to come in with the queen.
Yeah, okay, rook e8 happened. Yeah, now black wants, I mean, queen f6 would suddenly lose due to rook e1.
Oh my god, that is stunning.
Yeah, that's the trap, of course, because of the pin. White is not able to capture the queen back. But one really gets the feeling that somehow white should be able. On the other hand, it's a very nasty initiative because white's knight is still, wow, Magnus finds rook e2, brilliant. And it might have been the only move to stay in the, I mean, to have the equality.
And Peter, look at Liam. Look at Liam. He missed this idea. He completely missed it and sits up when Magnus goes rook e2. What a stunning move, chat. And let's ask chat. Okay, Peter, let's go for it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's otherwise we design. Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah. True. And chat is too smart for this spot. I think the difficult move to find was rook e2. What a tactical way of getting out of trouble. And then you just repeat, you say you've solved your problems. And the thing is, I don't think black has a better way but to go for this draw anymore because you can't give white control of the e-file.
Exactly, yeah. Otherwise you lose valuable tempo. And yeah, wow. I mean, it looked like this bishop e6, bishop d5 was wonderful. Yeah, Liam was very sharp with queen g7, but it's just not, I mean, he picked the wrong opponent, yeah. Magnus very alert with rook e2, and one could see that with the speed how Magnus played it, that he has long foreseen it that this will be his rescue.
You know, rook e2, I have to say, we've had some amazing chess in this event so far, but rook e2 stands out as a move by itself, as a defensive resource.
Exactly.
And that's it, chat.
Yeah.
That is it. Magnus has found a way out of his troubles with a stunning idea, and the first game between Liam and Magnus end in a draw in quite the style. Magnus sitting there, probably still checking, gets up, Liam leads. A slight missed opportunity, but no clear path for Liam. I think with the black pieces, not that big a disaster.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, simply that position was very complicated, and it looked like in the complications, the things turned in Liam's favor, but yeah, Magnus was just very precise, showed his tactical vision as well. I mean, combining strategical defense with tactical defense, it was really impressive.
Impressive. And Peter, I want to draw your attention to the Alireza Duda game, because at first we thought that there isn't much happening here. And yes, equal material, queen and rook, but look at this. Alireza has managed to make something out of it. The queen and the rook can put pressure on g7. He's won a pawn. But is it enough?
Well, that's the big question. Yeah, queen e4 checks. So the big question is, where do we go? Because maybe even king g3 is possible. I don't know.
But king g3, does black have the option to go queen e1?
Maybe. Okay, in worst case scenario, I could come back. Yeah, I mean, but who knows? Maybe you would play queen h1, not giving me yes. So king h2, of course, is the natural move. But now the question is, yeah, so queen takes c4, then we're gonna go queen c7. Yeah, queen c7, and then we are covering the c4, the f4 square, and we are threatening checkmate. So in fact, black is not able to take on c4 because now we are covering.
But Peter, I think black has to use this chance to put pressure on the f2 pawn. Like you're pointing out, you can't allow the queen and the rook to double up on the 7th rank. So what about a move like either queen f3 or queen e1 this time?
Yeah, queen e1 or queen f3. Yeah, one of these moves, but then...
Because queen f3, I'm just not sure about queen g3.
Yeah, it's a tempo move for me. Yeah, queen f3, queen g3, and thank you very much. I'm pawn up and I'm stabilizing. So... yeah, maybe the move queen e1 or queen e2.
Queen e2, the only thing was that I was hoping and dreaming that one day my rook will arrive on e2. Of course, it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that your king will be checkmated as well. It would be unfair if only my king is in, I mean, after all, black's pawn is on f6, yeah? So the 7th rank is opened.
Yes. Yes, Peter, you're right. King h2, while black is having a thing. After queen e1, how do you see white defending this? Do you go queen f4 or queen d4?
Yeah, probably queen f4. I mean, queen f4 looks more natural, but maybe then you can activate the rook.
After h5 or something. I first need to create a luft, I think.
Yeah, but maybe you can even play rook e4, and if queen b8, then rook e8 back. And if rook b8, then you just run with the king.
Yeah, maybe that's a plan. So we can actually come ahead with the rook. But Peter, you know what the problem is? How about this? Rook e4, queen b8, rook e8, queen a7.
Uh-huh.
That's a nice idea.
That's a nice idea, but I still give a check. Queen e5.
Peter,
check.
you've got to give me something.
No, it was very, very nice. I just, the position is so confusing. I have no idea what's going on.
It's like nothing works against you. Okay,
Yeah, well,
queen e2 on the
queen
board.
e2 played, yeah. Okay, it's just now really the question. This queen d4, queen f4. I mean, somehow intuitively queen f4 looks more natural to me, but maybe it's very important to keep an eye on the d file. And Alireza goes queen g3, down to 2 minutes. He doesn't have much time to think. He wants to somehow create some play on the king. I don't know what he wants exactly.
Queen g3 just felt like a bit passive. Queen f4, queen d4 ideas, keeping the queen in the center, but maybe he thought it was exposed to these ideas of rook e4. In any case, I like how Duda is playing. He's put rook on e5, just blocking that queen from coming on to b8. And that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
And now queen c4 is a threat.
Yeah, and king g2. Basically, this last two moves, queen g3, king g2, feels like if Alireza is kind of agreeing that black has enough counterplay, yeah? Because on the other hand, maybe he wants queen takes c4, rook b4 and play like this.
All right, well, king g2 played. It looks like Duda is out of troubled waters. We will come back to this, Peter. Let's get an update on the Hans board. Wow, Anish looks like he's crushing this. I say that because I can look at the eval bar, but I'm trying to understand why is this so much better for white?
Well, I mean, the two bishops, the structural deficit, black has this terrible weakness on h5, and now Anish is using it, opening
now it
up.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And besides, he's also threatening with bishop e4 check and also taking. I mean, the black's position is about to completely collapse.
Completely collapse. And I think g4 is once again a really nice touch by Anish, just like his move queen d2, because bishop e4 immediately you might still have had f5 and then putting that knight on d4. g4 takes advantage of the pin along the h file. The h5 pawn is hanging and bishop e4 check will not be met by f5 anymore. So this looks like Anish will end up taking the lead in his match. Peter, let's move on and get an update on the Pragg-Lev board.
Yeah, it's a draw actually. Levon somehow solved his problems very easily. I don't know what happened. Maybe afterwards we'll have a chance. In any case, it was quite impressive how he managed to solve his problems. So we have two draws. Anish in a almost winning position, and also Hans down to 20 seconds. It's just a very unpleasant position to defend, because you know that you are actually kind of almost lost knights. White's decision that does he simply take on d4 and then cashes in with rook takes h5, and he still keeps the setup bishop e4 and then eventually rook h7 check. It might be very simple. On the other hand, bishop e4 check immediately is also very tempting. It should be just winning.
And 20 seconds for Hans. Anish has got the time, but there's also this feeling, right, where Anish has had these great positions. He's played so precisely, managed to create something, but with that winning blow, somewhere it's gone. He's lost the control of the position and it ends in a draw. So he needs to make sure that doesn't happen this time.
Yeah, but now he's controlling the clock. The position is under control. Yeah, it's not a messy position or whatever. He knows exactly that he's having all the ideas and all the advantage.
Trumps.
Yeah, all the trumps in the position, and it's for Hans. I mean, it's a very bitter fight because he knows that it's kind of lost. He has no time, and how do you defend? How do you try to defend? Yeah, it's Anish's choice. Bishop e4 check played, f5.
So f5 on the board, and now Anish can decide to either pick up the h5 pawn or to go. What are the options here? Do you go for g takes f5? He goes for g takes f5. So knight can't capture on f5 because the e5 pawn is hanging with the bishop on b2. And now he can go bishop f5 and pick up the e5 pawn or the h5 pawn. Anish slows down. So he's also considering the move bishop d4.
Yeah, that's also an option, but I'm not sure if I want to get but I will have rook c6 at the end. Yeah, so basically, yeah, we can even go for the thematic rook endgame. Just take everything, and after takes, king moves back to f6. We go rook h6 check, king f5, rook c6, and that should be just a win because we.
I just want to put it out there, chat. I felt your pain when Peter just said, "Oh, we have rook c6 in the end," and I was like, "Wait, what? Which line are we on?"
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's by no means obligatory, but it's also kind of very tempting. Yeah, that okay, you just have a clear vision. You go rook c6 at the end, put black with his rook into passivity, and then it's just an automatic win. And we might be seeing it. Yeah, bishop f5, king f5. Anish will go for it. Yeah, definitely.
So trade all the minor pieces, and also now it's clear that the knight on d4 is stronger than the bishop on b2, and he can trade this knight and pick up the h5
But he can actually now even take on h5 and then go e3. He's even giving himself this chance.
I like that option more. Let's take a look at what happens after rook h5. Rook h5, and you pick it up, and now you can't go king g6 hitting the rook because e5 is hanging, and if you go anywhere else, then e3 with big pressure on e5.
Yeah, e3. Okay, luckily we have knight f5, but then already this bishop takes e5.
And e4?
King e5, e4 should be just
although king d4, we don't really care because we go rook f5 and we've got two passes. And also black's pawn structure on the queen side is just going to come and haunt him. Impossible.
Wow, but Anish started with e3. Okay, it's also good. I mean, just everything wins. Yeah, he goes e3, knight c6, f4, threatens rook h5. Threatens bishop takes e5. I mean, okay, black's position is falling apart no matter what.
All right, while this one falls apart, Peter, do you want to just jump over to the Alireza Jan-Krzysztof Duda board? Because for our standings, that's definitely the more important one. And we've got a very dynamic rook pawn ending where black is down a pawn, but more importantly, white has got a storm on the queen side coming.
Exactly. I mean, this a pawn is very strong. I mean, okay, black has some counterplay with pawn on it, but rook on c5 is very strong. Yeah, that it protects the c4 pawn, it eyes the f5 pawn, and it also basically stops black's king of going to c7 because then b5 will win the game. So I'm just not really believing that black has any chances of surviving this.
That's actually super nice because if you think about where should white's rook be, probably the square c5 is just the most important square for white's rook. All these points that you just mentioned that it covers, and I completely agree. The first standout one, that king c7 is not possible because white has the idea of b5 pinning and winning the c6 pawn. So super difficult for Duda to fight against a5, a6, a7. This looks like Alireza might take the lead. Duda there shaking his head.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. I think that he just missed something because it looked like more or less, I mean, what happened here? Yeah, king g2, h5. I mean, he got careless. I think he thought like rook e4 and it's automatic draw, but suddenly rook b4 was protecting the pawn and he wins the a4 pawn. And this is how we ended up with this construction, which then he very nicely also got his rook to c5. Very nice play by Alireza, and rook e4, king f1. Now the current position, the king takes care of the pawns, and the big question is how does black take care of these two passers? Rook d4 played,
and he wants to go f4 next. You definitely don't want to go rook takes f5 because rook c4 and black is the one who ends up putting pressure on the pawns. But Peter, if you go a5, then black might just be in time. He goes a5 and maybe black can start with f4.
Well, but also rook d1, rook b1. Yes, suddenly you are hitting the b4 pawn, but then white has a6. Yeah, very important. And
f4 then makes a lot of sense, no? Because you've got f3 as well. These ideas with trying to threaten mate.
Yeah, but after f3 we will always go king g1, and then suddenly we have this route. So I'm not really worried. Basically, if against rook d1 I could push, then why not to push here as well?
And let's go rook d1 now. Rook d1 check, and let's put that rook behind the pawn.
And now, okay, king e2 looks like the most tempting one.
King e2, rook a1 will be played. Well,
and I don't think rook a5, but can you take and then king c6? What is this pawn endgame? It's a very tricky one.
I don't think you can go rook a5.
Yes,
no, Peter?
I don't think either. Yeah, but who knows? It's a move pen. I mean, you can't really call it out by intuition.
I agree, but just by feeling, at least it feels like black should be on time over there. But maybe we can just point it out with arrows what we are thinking about, that if white goes, let's say, king e2 here or wherever, rook a1, rook a5, rook takes rook, the pawn recaptures, the king comes, and even though white has got an extra pawn, it's all about whether in this race, who will be in time. That's a lot of arrows. Let's just draw it till the end of the game, Peter, because I'm just loving the design on the board. Let's just keep going.
Yes,
and nobody
takes.
knows where we are. And now
And
the
then
pawn.
king e5, king a5, king d6, king b4, c5, king b5. I mean, yeah, if white plays, I don't know. It's yeah, rook f5.
White might be in trouble there in the end
Yeah,
of
I mean,
that
okay,
line.
draw white can make, but yeah, can't win it. Yeah. So rook f5 and he just goes for the pawn. Yeah, king g2 and rook f5. Okay, he will be pawn up. It's very practical. You only go for a pawn endgame if you know that it's completely winning.
All right, so here rook f5, rook a6. He wants to pick up rook f4 and then the g4 pawn. I have to say this is actually a very practical choice. And nice move g3. You want to try and trade as many pawns as possible, not give white that additional f2 passer. But white might, does white have time to play? No, f3 just looks like too much, but maybe it's possible.
No, it's too much. I mean, no, it's then rook a2 check.
Rook a2 and rook h2, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hide them. But I mean, okay, somehow white has the chance of simply then also protecting the a6 pawn with b5, yeah? I mean, for example, b5.
Can I go rook, b5? So I'll have to, let's say I trade cb5, cb5.
Yeah, I mean, cb5, and rook a2, I have rook f4, and that's exactly what I want, that the f4 pawn will be vulnerable. I mean, it feels like a win. Also, rook a5, now it's a complete win, because we won 10 tempis compared to the other one.
Oh, that's actually very simple and very well timed. And let's do the arrow game again, Peter. Rook a5.
Now it's a very easy arrow game. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And you have to go kings. No, takes on f2, you go a7.
Okay, yeah, basically I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, it's okay, so takes, king c7, we now immediately take, we take already, and after king b8 we already come king f4, king e5. It just, okay, we're gonna see this.
We're going to see this, and actually, as you pointed out, it's about 1 million moves more for white than the line that we previously compared it to.
Yeah.
And that's it. That is it. Alireza takes the lead in his match against Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. It looks like Alireza is back.
Yeah, Alireza is back. Actually, I was mentioning million. It's just one tempo. Just one tempo, because in the other line, black had king a5 and would now play king b4 and make a draw. Yeah, it's or he could also play king b6 and it's also fine. It's also a draw. So just one tempo, but it really felt like now we know exactly that it will work out in our favor.
I think that's the thing about king pawn endings, because one tempo is the difference between a win and a draw, so it feels like 1 million.
Exactly. Yeah, it's it feels like that's all we need. Yeah, and okay, this position doesn't require any commentary. I mean, white is clearly a piece up, and this is just totally game over. I mean, I guess Hans is only playing it out of complete frustration, but this is not a good sign, because I mean, if he's so frustrated, that's not the right mindset. I mean, Ivanchuk, for example, was famous of just resigning, you know, whenever he thought like, okay, he has the lose. I mean, he would never play on in such a position. It makes no sense. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the best thing Hans can do. Just resign, forget about this game, and get ready for the next.
But you know, one has to feel for Hans. It's been a tough event so far. He's lost every single match, but most of them he started with a great first round win, not just the score, but also in the dominating fashion in which he's won these games. And it's just been inspiring chess. And then something has not been working out for him. Peter, this is when my heartbeat really goes up. Anish just walking past, he won't have it. And finally, Peter, Hans has learned.
Yeah, but I'm also not sure if anyone would dare to stop him at this moment. I think it would be just too dangerous.
It's so dangerous with him after he's won the game that actually getting his thoughts right now, not a great idea. But he has been quite the sportsman by even coming on camera after a tough loss, which not many players are able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's why he's also gathering lot of fan base. I mean, people respect this. Yeah, this attitude. I mean, it's. I mean, he doesn't have this experience yet playing on this incredible level, 4 games matches. Yeah, he has been there. He has played the tour, but he was playing always the regular event with all these ups and downs preliminary event. Yeah, where you don't face the same opponent all the time for the whole day. It's more dynamic, and here you have to. I mean, you need to adjust. You need to learn. It's a wonderful experience for him. I think he will learn incredibly a lot, no matter what.
That is very true. And I think the more chances these youngsters get in this field, in this format, we've seen them perform over time better and better. And the best example of that has been Pragg, I think, with his phenomenal performance tournament after tournament. You know, it's never easy the first time, but still 3 more games to go for the day. Let's bring up our scorecards. And we've got 2 leaders, while the other 2 matches ended in a draw. But I have to say, Magnus Liam was quite a sparkling draw with that move rookie 2 at the end. That was quite mind-blowing. Praggnanandhaa Levon also ended in a draw after Lev trying to get Pragg on some unknown territory, but Pragg handling it with class and simplicity, managed to get a little pressure. But Lev, of course, with his experience and creativity, neutralized it. Alireza takes his lead, and it's been a tough start for Duda as well as for Hans. Both Duda and Hans are a point down and need to win 1 game in the remaining 3 to neutralize the score. Peter, quite a fun start. And of course, chat, the fun continues. If you sign up for the FTX Crypto Cup key, you've got to do it. Go on ftxcryptocup.com and sign up for the key. It's free. You get really cool access to exclusive content. Actually, the right way to say it is get exclusive access to some really cool content. And there are prizes worth $100,000 being given out. There are tournaments happening, activities happening, and they all get activated once you get your key and sign up. So definitely consider doing that and supporting the tour. Peter, we're going to go into a short break and be right back with round 2. Ciao.
Carlsen, Aronian, Anish Giri, Akopian, Sargsyan, Pashikian, Melkumian, Shansarkisyan, Grishuk, Mamedyarov, Rajabov, Gashimov, yes, Gusenov, then okay, let's go Niemann, Song, Sevian.
See, it's harder than you think, right?
Oh yeah, so much harder.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Field is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
he played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines. I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Decisive.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense.
Welcome back, everyone. Two players have already taken the lead on day 4 of the FTX Crypto Cup. We've had some amazing action. Peter, I still can't get that rookie to move. It's such a beautiful resource that Magnus found against Liam to get out of trouble. But not just that, fighting chess across. Anish finally taking the lead in his match against Hans as well. It's been a tough event for Anish so far, so he's definitely going to be happy with this result. The Praggnanandhaa, this is such a juicy matchup. You would think that Lev, with his experience, might be a favorite. But these days, now and from now on, anyone against Prague, it's hard to pick a favorite. We see our arena. Liam is ready to go against Magnus, puts on his headphones. What would you predict, Peter? A player like Liam, do you think he's doing that for noise cancellation, or do you think there's actually some music going on there?
Very tough question. I mean, somehow I can't really imagine Liam listening to music during a game. Definitely not, but at the same time, you told that there wasn't any noise in the playing hall.
There isn't. It's very quiet. It's gotten off. And by the way, on the last 2 days, and this has never happened before, it's going to be open to spectators for the penultimate round and the very last round. And actually, if anyone from chat, if you're in Miami and you definitely consider coming for the event, it's going to be a unique experience. There are some amazing activities. There's a meet and greet with players, and you can go to the official Champions Chess Store website and Chess24, and all the details are on it. And we see Magnus, and I think that's definitely a playlist, Peter. I spotted a playlist there.
By Magnus, right?
Yes.
Yes, no, Magnus is famous for listening to music, but I mean, Liam playing against Magnus listening to, I just can't see this coming. And wow, Levon against Prague, and we are seeing this gambit that Adiban has played against Vahidov. Yeah, now at the Olympiad. Yeah, it's a very interesting Gambit, I'm curious to see how well Levon will be prepared here. I mean, we have seen that game, CD, knight g3, h5, you know, e3, h4, this all will be on the board. Knight e2 is coming. It's a super trendy line right now.
Peter, you're just predicting the whole game so far.
Yeah, well, I could keep on going. You know, I happen to know some things about this position.
Tell us, break this down for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, with Peter, we were surprised, you know, that how well, because we kind of expected that Adiban made the surprise, and then Vahidov was also blitzing all his moves out until some repetition of moves with followed by some bishop d6, f3, queen g6, king f2, bishop g3 check, king g1, bishop back to b8, then king f2, bishop g3 check, and then White showing confidence that he knows the position. He actually did not repeat for the third time. It just gives me the feeling, you know, that yeah, many people are analyzing these positions very deeply now.
Wow, and look at this, analyzing the position deeply and then coming up with new ideas. Queen f6 takes Levon by a little surprise. He slows down here.
Well, I don't think that this move in general can surprise anyone because it's the main idea of the position. It's more like he probably did not expect that Pragg will show no respect to him with the black pieces. I mean, okay, this is really like you say that I don't care who you are. I'm ready to sacrifice the pawn. I'm ready to gamble. But maybe the team India and the youngster Indian team has made such an incredible work on it that they simply believe that it's fundamentally correct. Yeah, that's also possible. And the game featured here f3, and after bishop d6, king f2. I think this is also first line of computer because afterwards I was checking. Yeah, bishop g3 check, then king g1. Yeah, because you can't take on g3, and then the bishop was going back to d6, I believe. Yeah, and then king f2, bishop g3 check, king g1. Yeah, all these moves were included. And now Levon deviates. Levon goes a3, stopping any kind of knight b4s. But okay, black will just continue with bishop d6. I think black is sacrificing the pawn on d5. That's the spirit. Just all in everything to the center, because if after bishop d6 you take the pawn, then black will somehow develop the bishop quickly to f5, go long castles, and look at this. I mean, White is unable to complete development. He will be crushed. So be careful. White needs to pay attention.
I'm loving Pragg's play here. I mean, this is amazing stuff, no? Showing that so up to date with all the trending lines and knowing the path and playing fearlessly, saying I'll sacrifice a pawn, I'll play for the initiative, your development, you're behind that, going h5, h4. It just looks like the black pieces are actually playing like the white pieces in this one. a3 played, so stopping any ideas of a knight b4 jump, eyeing that c2 square with knight c2 or the bishop coming to b4, controlling the b4 square. So Peter, what is the move here for black that you're mentioning?
Well, this bishop d6, I think you just need to develop. The big question is that because White has started with a3, is there a difference? Can maybe black play the move bishop f5 first? But bishop d6 looks so much more natural. I mean, just bishop d6. And the main idea, I don't think that you can take on d5 anyway.
Because of this idea of just development with bishop f5 and long castle, and then it just feels like black will never be able to get the king onto safety. You can't go on the long castle because the c file will be open. The bishop on f5, queen g6, a beautiful battery. The bishop on f1 tied down to the defense of the g2 pawn. Peter, I'm also noticing Lev. It looks a little scary for White, but Lev looks completely relaxed and chilled and like he knows what he's doing. And here's a fun fact. The t-shirt that he's wearing right now is the official Miami Heat merch. And he is a big basketball fan. And in fact, this t-shirt was gifted to Lev last night at dinner by FTX.
Well, that's a very nice surprise. I guess he's very happy about it.
He was so happy about it. I've never seen anyone so happy about receiving, but he's such a big basketball fan as well.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, if you love something and then you get a t-shirt like this, it means a lot for you. Yeah, it's not just a t-shirt, it's the t-shirt. Yeah, that's a huge difference. The t-shirt.
Yeah. That's nicely put. It's not just any t-shirt. And in fact, he did declare it last night that he will wear it to today's match.
Yeah, okay. Then at least Pragg knew that he has the time to get accustomed. Yeah, that he will be facing Levon in a Miami Heat t-shirt. I think that's important, and this is the answer of Prague. Yeah, you know, you are in Miami Heat. I'm gonna give you Chennai Heat, right? I mean, okay, that's the answer.
I love it. So while Lev is bringing on the Miami Heat, Prague is bringing on Chennai Heat.
Exactly. This is and the position is super exciting. Yeah, bishop d6, bishop d2. I mean, forget about the computer evaluation. The big question is, humanly speaking, what happens? Because I believe black will probably continue with bishop f5. It's very tempting. And how does white really get out? Yeah, that's the main question, because taking the pawn will not bring you any benefit. And for example, after bishop f5, and it's on the board, yeah, Prague. I'm just loving the way, yeah, Levon blitzes out rook c1, like to highlight that, you know, I'm not impressed, I'm ready for you, but he might be bluffing. Maybe Levon is just bluffing.
If he's bluffing, I think it's the right kind of strategy as well, because against a player like Prague, you can't give him the confidence of feeling that, you know what, you know more than me in this position.
Yes, but I mean, I don't, yeah, what I noticed with Prague, he's so confident in his knowledge. Yeah, I'm not really believing that you can fool him like this. Yeah, that you pretend to know. I mean, he doesn't care. He just believes in his own strengths. He believes in his preparation. And that makes him also such an incredibly dangerous player over the board, because he just trusts his calculation, his instinct and everything.
Wow. All right. So we've got tournament leader Prague against Lev. Let's try and also maybe at some point quickly bring up our standings, so we're up to date to see how the players are doing in the event so far and what the match means to them. And there we have it. Actually, it's a really big one for Lev, because he can catch up to leaders if he manages to win his match against Prague today.
Exactly. I mean, for Levon, it's very interesting. I mean, very important. And the point is that if he doesn't strike here against Prague, then it's very difficult to imagine how Magnus and Prague can be even caught. Yeah, because they are just keep on running ahead. Lot of pressure on Levon. I mean, he needs to win this match, but how? For the moment, he has to focus on this game, and he needs to somehow develop, because this king needs to find a safe shelter, which isn't obvious.
How is the big question? And look at the way Prague is focused. It's like he's shading himself from all that Miami Heat that Lev is bringing on right now. But looking at the position, it actually does feel like white is in a bit of trouble. How are you going to finish this development, Lev? Rook e8, rook d8 coming in. Black has already coordinated all the pieces. Peter, it's safe to say that Prague's the one who's won the opening battle in this one. Let's move on to the other player who's in the middle of the standings, Alireza. A very big game for him as well, because he can really catch up with the leaders if he manages to win his match. And he did win round one. So it's really about Duda, whether he will be able to come back in this match. With the black pieces, my first instinct looking at this position is Alireza should be doing fine here.
Yeah, should, but on the other hand, it's an isolated pawn position, so one has to be very careful how to assess it. It's I mean, if white stabilizes, then it will be better. On the other hand, yeah, black seems to be ready to jump thanks to his activity, and Alireza goes for knight e4 for a very direct approach, trying to make good use of white's bishop on b2 hanging. Yeah,
let's take a look at some lines here after knight e4, because of course the knight on c3 is pinned, but white can go knight takes e4, and I think black is forced to pick up the bishop on b2, because knight e4, d4 runs into queen d8 and bishop e5.
Yes, but okay, of course, after knight takes e4, our move will be bishop takes b2, or I mean, we can't really take on c1 first, or it makes no sense. Okay, first
I mean, rook c1 at least has bishop c1, and I can pick up the e4 pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you some options. Yeah, so bishop b2, rook takes c8, queen takes c8, knight g5 tempo would be
This is the dream, and this is a big tempo, because I'm threatening mate on h7. Bishop f5 would run into queen d5.
Yeah, but okay, I have g6, and I'm not sure. Okay, maybe it's a tiny little advantage after taking on e6 and claiming that if you take with the queen, then you have a weakness. On d5, if you take with the pawn, you have a weakness on e6. So white's light squared bishop could be eventually creating some trouble. I mean, it's not fully equal. I mean, it's very equalish, but white has some small pressure here.
So
but what happened? Sorry, because we always love to see what happened. And in order to understand. Yeah, so this is again this kind of opening, and Duda goes now for queen a4 check, which is kind of a very rare line. I believe white always almost automatically takes on d4, and now he provoked the bishop to d7. Now he takes on d4, ed5, e3, knight c6, queen d3, bishop e6, bishop e2. So that's the, yeah, bishop d6. Yeah, now we are getting some traditional position, but with a slight little twist. I'm not sure exactly who is benefiting more. But it seems like white should be able maybe to have some small little pressure.
I feel knight e4 is what we're going to see on the board, because
No,
just as I
f4.
say, f4, and it seems like the right direction. f4 putting pressure on the bishop on e5, but can black actually trade everything on c3 now?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a believer in f4. I mean, why f4? What is the justification behind f4? Because exactly as you mentioned, yeah, if we just trade everything, I mean, how can we be worse? Besides, we even have no bishop f5, rook takes c8 is possible, maybe. But okay, let's just, for example, stick to the plan, and then we activate the bishop, and then we will be targeting the e3 weakness versus the d5 weakness. Doesn't look like it could be anything for white. Okay, white will try bishop f3, queen d4. That would be a dream, but I'm just not seeing white really getting any winning chances here.
I agree, because now for that isolated queen's pawn on d5, white has also created a weakness of his own on e3, which can always come under fire. f4 is a surprising decision there by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But Peter, the line that we were looking after knight e4, maybe he felt that opposite color bishop with trades on e6 will just not give him enough chances. Hard to see his chances here as well. We'll come back and see how it goes. So far, it looks good for Alireza. Let's take a look at Hans Niemann against Anish Giri and get a quick update on that.
Yeah, what is this? I mean, how did they reach this position? Ah, wow. Okay, so Hans also decided not to really play any theory. And they are getting this kind of stuff. But okay, this is pretty harmless. And usually Anish is very good at this, knowing how to neutralize. Yeah, takes, knight c6, castles, bishop d7. I mean, black is just very comfortable. I mean, black can never really be. But okay, queen b6 already a very strange decision. I mean, to my eyes, it's a little bit strange. But okay, rook fc1, rook fe8, h3 takes, and b6. I mean, why do you give the chance for your opponent to go c5? Probably Anish has some very clear, yeah, c5, knight takes d4 on the board. So he has a clear vision how to neutralize things. Bishop d4. Will we see some knight d5 jump? I'm expecting some knight d5 or knight e4. And he moves just, this bishop from d4 needs to be traded off. I mean, I don't know. Maybe knight e4 is even more attractive because it directly puts a pressure on the c5 pawn as well. Will we see then some bishop a6? Maybe there is some kind of a nasty bishop a6 move somewhere that Hans is hoping for, because it kind of annoys me. Yeah, the rook doesn't really have a good square. So okay, interesting to keep an eye on this. Besides, okay, we even don't have time to go to the Liam versus Magnus game, because Levon goes for pawn grabbing number 2 with his queen. He played the move castles queen f3, and after bishop g4 he takes on d5 with the queen.
That is some nerves, Peter, with the king on e1 and your development not done to go pawn hunting, and Pragg keeps building, getting more pieces into the game. But I see our eval bar, it seems to say that white is not in danger and is doing really well for the 2 pawns. But also computers are tricky in these kind of positions, because they love the material, they love that you've got 2 extra pawns, but as a human, as a player, it's very hard to combat the initiative and keep playing those precise defensive moves to counter black's play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the position is super tricky, and okay, probably by this point we can somehow understand that Levon is following some kind of a plan. He probably has analyzed this position, but I'm not sure in which depth. Yeah, h3 played, forcing this bishop to retreat from g4. I mean,
So there are no great jumps by the bishop on d6 attacking the queen.
Yeah, does not feel like, at least.
Okay, so let's say we fall back with the bishop. Where do we go, f5 or e6?
A really tough question. I mean, somehow f5 looks more natural, but on the other hand, Pragg was playing the move bishop g4 against queen on f3. Yeah, so it was this position that Levon played the move queen f3, and Pragg actually opted for bishop g4 takes, rook a d8. It means
So
that
he actually provoked Lev to pick up that pawn.
exactly, this makes it a little bit mysterious. Who wants what exactly in the position? So maybe it's absolutely not Pragg's intention to retreat with the bishop. Maybe he wants to really use this momentum that the queen is kind of targeted with the rook and move the bishop. But I'm not really I mean, I see some options like bishop takes a3, but I'm not a believer that a pawn like this is really so important at this moment.
Yeah, it feels like it's a bit shaky after bishop a3. Moves like queen b3 come to mind. Just putting pressure on both the bishops, even queen e4.
Yeah, but then knight takes d4. I mean, this is the only temptation, the only temptation of bishop takes a3 is that I might follow up with some next new sacrifices, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can just take and you will have bishop e3, yeah?
And
just
hopefully
check and
everything is fine.
yeah, it might be just because everything is hanging, both bishops are hanging. So all eyes on Pragg, how he will deal with this.
I don't think he can go bishop a3. Just feels like too many pieces will be loose. The bishop on g4, the bishop on a3, and very desperate to go for the knight d4 sacrifice. Instead, just fall back with the bishop, get your rook to e8, because it's still hard for white to develop this bishop from f1. Peter, let's take a look at some line like what does happen if black does go, let's say, bishop f5.
Yeah, that's the very big question. What happens? I mean, I have no idea what's happening, but maybe, I mean,
now I
also,
might want to pick up the a3 pawn.
Yeah, this is now you want to take.
So let's say you go back with the queen. Let's say queen f3.
Yes, I go queen f3. I mean, I like that my pawn on g2 will be protected, and I only need bishop e2. The knight on c3 protects the e4 square, so that's why actually Pragg needs some very precise move here.
And the point is that if I go rook e8 after bishop f5, queen f3, hinting at knight d4, you're just in time with bishop e2.
Yeah, and he
goes
opts for
bishop
g3.
g3. Wow, that is spectacular.
Yeah, it's spectacular, but what does it really bring to the position? Yeah, it's
it brings a lot of fire into the position. What is going on? Let's not even look at the eval bar for the moment, Peter. And let's just take a look at what is happening after bishop g3. So if you go queen e4, then you're happy with bishop f5. So queen e4 actually doesn't look like the right way to go.
Yes, but one thing I wanted to mention that Magnus mentioned yesterday that Levon usually likes to sacrifice the queen and play against the queen. And we think about this, then maybe a move like sacrificing like h take g4 might be attractive for Levon. Let's take a look at h4 because rook takes d5, knight takes d5. So basically we sacrifice, but we got a very, very powerful bishop. We got rid of the g4 bishop. We got rid of the rook. The bishop on g3 hangs. The rook comes alive, yeah. And suddenly white has lovely harmony. And even rook takes c6 might be a big threat. Who knows? With all these forks.
First question, rook c6 is a big threat. What happens if black goes queen takes g4? Sorry, in that position that you're mentioning, does black have the option to simply grab the g4 pawn and after fg3, hoping for some checks with queen g3, knight d4, rook e8 stuff? Not sure. But let's try it, Peter.
Yeah, well, I guess not, but I mean, I also have bishop e2 if I'm very scared, but okay, let me take this bishop. I mean, you give me, let me take it.
All right, and now you go to d1 or?
Yeah, now it's the question.
Because king d1, I have queen g4, bishop e2, queen g2, and king d1, queen g4, king c2, queen e4.
Yes, this is now the moment of truth. Yeah, that how can I hide my king? Yeah, in any case, I'm pretty sure that this is the first thing that Levon calculates. Let's also take a look at what other options do we have after bishop g3. So ag, very, very tempting. F take g3 with similar ideas, I don't really believe because I feel like I wanted to get rid of the light squared bishop first.
I think we have to look at some other moves, like what happens if the queen just retreats, because the g4 bishop and the g3 bishop are still hanging. And he goes queen e4, the first move that we were attempting to discuss, but it just felt like what happens after bishop f5? The only square for the queen is queen f3?
Yeah, queen f3. I mean, but also f5 is an option. I don't know. This queen e4 move was too shaky for my taste. I mean, my nerves, is much more happy if I can sacrifice the queen and feel more or less safe than to ask for all this trouble. But maybe Levon sees that there is no trouble.
Peter, let's have some moves on the board because this is
okay. Let's make then f5. Yeah, it's the most
fascinating
aggressive
position. All right, let's start with f5. And now where does the queen go? I want to put it to d3 actually. Because
well, if you want, you can also include bishop c4 check. I'm only giving you this option. I'm not sure you want to take it, but
the problem with bishop c4 that I see is that you might have knight e5 after queen d. Bishop f5, by the way, played. So for some reason, maybe he didn't like bishop c4 check as a tempo. And now you have to come back queen f3.
Oh wow! I mean, let me show you. This is stunning trick. Yeah, that's why Levon played queen e4 because f5, bishop c4 check, king h7, and now Levon would sacrifice the queen. fg, fe, and hg, and black's king is in a mating net after rook h4.
What?
I think that was the typical Levon kind of stuff. Yeah,
Peter, that is a mad spot. How do you even do this?
Well, I mean, I just think about Levon. Yeah, what's going on in his mind? I mean, those things. So yeah, don't weaken your king. Yeah, just don't weaken. Bishop f5, correct by Pragg.
All right, so bishop f5 by Pragg. But what a stunning line that was, Chad. f5, bishop c4, sacrifice your queen and put a mating attack down the h file. Peter, because it was so beautiful, can we see it one more time in slow motion?
Okay, so f5, it looks like black gets a tempo, so we are tempted to go for it, but white develops with a tempo check, bishop c4 check, king h7 has to be played, and then now suddenly white takes, for example, fg, ag is the same, f takes e4, ag4, and now I have to move the queen somewhere, but it will actually run into knight takes e4 tempo, no matter if I go queen d6 or queen f6, and rook h4 check, and the knight on e4, for example, just to highlight, for example, something like this. There are no checks on the f file as well, yeah? And if we retreat with the queen to e7, I don't know. I mean, I feel like bishop d3, this should be slowly checkmate. I mean, we have so much material. Maybe even rook c5, rook g5 is also coming. I mean, okay, it's just too dangerous.
This is amazing. This is an incredible line. And Pragg, sensing that danger, played bishop f5, queen f3 on the board. fg3 is a threat, but does black have time to ignore that and go rook e8, threatening knight d4?
Well, that's a very big question at the moment. Yeah, but maybe also black can just retreat the bishop. But on the other hand, the queen on f6 is so wonderful. Yeah, so Pragg goes with the principle rook f8. He wants to sacrifice. Yeah, f takes g3, knight takes d4, and at least practically speaking, putting the pressure on white.
This is very scary to get into this position with this knight b3 jumps, knight c2 jumps, rook into d2 sacrifices. I'm expecting white to go bishop e2. Just play calm and simple, block that pin. Knight d4 is not a problem anymore. fg3 is a threat, and Pragg will have to waste a move going back with the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. And then also white will be able to castle probably, yeah? It's... yeah, wow. I mean, I don't know now how Pragg will follow it up. But okay.
I have one idea, Peter.
Yes.
What if you go back with the bishop? Let's say, again, it's so hard to think of a square, but let's say you go all the way back to b8 because bishop c7 might be some knight b5, knight d5. And if short castle, there might be some ideas like knight e5.
Oh, by the way, after short castle, you even have this queen d6 move.
Oof, I love it. The battery.
Yeah, suddenly, and it looks like a joke that, okay, come on, you want checkmate, I will handle it, but it's not so easy to handle it.
I think this is busted for white actually after queen d6.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to, I mean, okay, some terrible weakening with g3 or queen f4 begging for mercy. That's certainly not what white wants at this moment. Wow, okay, so this is actually great news for Pragg that white is not able to escape with his king so easily from the danger zone.
So as long as white's king doesn't find safety, Pragg has the initiative and the compensation for the 2 pawns.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, bishop e2 is so tempting because okay, f takes g3, knight takes g4. Maybe you feel that objectively you could be better, but it feels like it's a very dangerous, tricky position. Okay, queen f4 would be logical, and then probably you just take on g3. H take g3. And you will anyway have knight c2 check in your pocket, which white will sacrifice with c2. That's why I wanted to make sure that first we get this g3 pawn. And yes, white has material advantage, but maybe just bishop c4. Maybe just bishop c4. Go like this.
Peter, it's just crazy to see the two players and the difference in the way they are playing the event. I mean, look at Lev. He's totally leaned back on his chair. There's like literally an ocean between him and the computer screen, looking like he's on chill mode. Meanwhile, Pragg is so up close to the screen. I think he can't go any further without banging into it. It's just amazing to see the two players.
Yeah, that's very nicely spotted because yeah, we have seen also Pragg. Yeah, he's so he's so focused. He wants to, it feels like if he feels that he's closer to the computer screen, then he can find better moves or something. Yeah, and maybe it works for him. Yeah, everybody has this personal preference. Maybe for Levon, it's very important, to distance himself as far as he can from the screen so that he has the total overview. Yeah, it's just completely two completely different kind of mentality.
Yeah, like completely different approaches, what works for one player and what works for the other. This is like the polar opposite. Bishop b8, and it's clear that Lev might have this massive distance between himself and the screen, but he was still thinking about this line because immediately after bishop b8, he doesn't blink, goes for queen h5.
Yeah, but actually this queen h5, I don't know what it is, because now black can even take on h5. I mean, strange enough, yeah, it's and then take knight takes d4. And with got back a pawn, and not the pawn is the important. The b3 weakness is the question. So white will fall back. Yeah, this is on the board. White will have to fall back all the way with the bishop to d1, and hope that. But even he still can't castle, because then the d2 bishop will be vulnerable. Yeah, I mean, black has incredible initiative. Bishop d3 played by Pragg. Knight e2 blitzed out by Lev. What are we witnessing here?
This is very, very interesting. Also, Peter, our chat has also, just like us, become body language readers. Let's take a quick update at what they're saying. Aronian stands too. Look at his hands, his shoulders. He has that adrenaline hype going. He's trying to relax his experience. Aronian is tapping his foot, the tension. So I think what it feels like is that despite Aronian's chilled look, one can sense that it's not as easygoing as it appears.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also a great psychologist. Yeah, that he is kind of trying to signal his opponent, like, no matter what you do, you can't surprise me. I have seen it all. I know everything. And in most of the cases, it's true, but definitely there is also sometimes some kind of an acting behind it. And as an opponent, you never know exactly when it is. Yeah, and in a rapid online format, yeah, it's so easy to believe your opponent if you feel like, I have no idea what's going on, and my opponent is chilling there, and seemingly knows all the answers to all the questions.
This is amazing stuff. All right, so knight b3 played, rook c2. What's amazing is that white still can't castle because of that bishop on d2. But Peter, give him a couple of moves, bishop c3, short castle to consolidate, the extra pawn and the two bishops will count. So even though queens have been traded off, time is of the essence, and black needs to keep up the momentum. How do you do that?
Yeah, black needs to keep up the momentum. It's very tough. I mean, bishop e5 would be one choice, and another one, yeah, if you just want to make sure that you trade these bishops, I mean, you trade white's dark square bishop, then you take, and bishop e5, it might look like you are very close to draw because the b2 pawn is very vulnerable. White has still not castled yet. On the other hand, one really has the feeling that white could somehow get some advantage. I mean, at least some endgame where he might be torturing again. And Levon goes already for systematic approach a4. Yeah, he just wants to get all his pawns to the light squares. And if now, for example, black takes the pawn, then suddenly white develops that rook which was not in the game, and we see that the b7 pawn is falling. So very tricky move there by Lev with a4.
And Peter, while the Miami Heat versus Chennai Heat action was so hot, that we couldn't keep our eyes off this game. I did have my eyes. I was following what was going on the other board. And just really quickly, I want to point out that it's so even across all other games. And maybe we can just bring up the positions, not talk too much about it, but jump straight back because Pragg is down to a minute. Hans versus Anish should end in a draw any moment.
Well, it actually ended already with a draw. Yeah, Liam against Magnus also ended in a draw. And the game between Duda and Firouzja also looks very drawish, but still White has the momentum because he has the more active king and more active rook. But one feels like it should be holdable.
Really quick, let's hear it from Liam and jump back to Pragg.
Later in this second game here, Liam, did you feel like it was trying to uncomplicate a position?
Yeah, I think I'm very happy with the positions I'm getting. After the opening, I sacked the pawn, but I got very good compensation. Maybe instead of knight takes e7, I should have gone for a4 first. I think I have pretty good pressure there. Not sure if it's enough advantage, but so far the games have been interesting. I'm not too happy with the way I converse them, but I think I'm having my chances.
Magnus wants to play sharp lines. It does look like you're trying to avoid those lines to a certain degree. Do you feel you're succeeding in your game plan?
No, not really. I think this game Magnus wants to play solidly, and I was the one who tried to complicate things because I sacrificed a pawn and tried to play for initiative. So, I mean, it can work both ways. We'll see.
Thank you, Liam.
Thank you.
Wow. All right. Well, two big games coming up. But Peter, it's all eyes on the Pragg board right now, where Lev does have the extra pawn, but it's an opposite color bishop. How hard is this for black to hold? I mean, it feels like it shouldn't be that tough because look at the activity of Pragg's pieces.
Yeah, exactly. The pawn on h4 is wonderful. Rook on d2 is very nice. I'm somehow imagining some bishop c5, a5 kind of fortress. And one of the dangers that I was feeling is that maybe somewhere if White can get king b5 and then rook c1, maybe the exchange sacrifice with rook takes c5 will be the biggest danger. Otherwise, I don't really see how White could ever break. Black also wants to go g6, probably bring the king to e7. Yeah, Levon goes rook c1. But puts pressure on Pragg because Pragg is down to 45 seconds. Can he play bishop d4? If he could play the move bishop d4, it would be nice.
45 seconds, 35 now, and 10 minutes for Lev. Let's take a look at it. So bishop d4, if rook c2, that's a draw offer. That's game ending on the spot. He decides to go g6.
Yeah, I'm liking this g6 much more because it's a very useful move to make sure that White won't be able to expand further on the king side with f5 and then maybe create some dangerous passer. And what is White's plan? Yeah, there is no breakthrough. Black is super solid and okay, maybe we just bring the king to e7 next. Great reaction by Pragg. Bishop f3 back. Okay, but yeah, as I said before, only the exchange sacrifice, but that's a dream scenario because White is never able to move his king, then the pawn on b2 is falling. So...
And maybe what Lev is hoping for is that after bishop d4, he'll have the activity with rook c7. He'll give up that pawn, but get some activity for his rook. And that's it. That's a draw offer.
Well, that feels like he's showing respect, yeah, because rook c4, I mean, okay, takes, bishop e3. What can happen? I don't think that anything can happen to us. Yeah, bishop e3.
Definitely nothing can happen to us, but in this situation, I think neither do Pragg, Peter. Bishop e3, you... But I like how you feel one with the players.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, okay, and king b5, I just want to go a5, you know, just know that I don't want to bother with this pawn on f4 because then bishop f4, king a6 is some kind of a danger. Just a5 and I sit tight, get my king to e7, that's it.
That's it.
And look at my opponent. What do you want from me? Yeah, that's it.
I think when Lev went rook c4, he pretty much said, I don't want anything more. You've done your job. You've shown you were up to the task. And that is, as you mentioned, the job is done. It ends in a draw, a super fighting draw in a very intense opening. Peter, quite a game, this one.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and also Pragg, I mean, he was done on the clock. He was under pressure because Levon really was, first of all, took all the pawns and forced Pragg to calculate. And
Peter, do you think we're
he
going to get
did
an
well.
interview? Will we get an interview? Will we? Will we, Peter?
I hope so. This
It's
game
coming
deserves
in.
an interview.
Never doubt the Prague was one of the words used in the studio here earlier. You find a way to uncomplicate here at the end and find the draw?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably I was worse in the middle game. I was trying to find some tactical blow, but yeah, I couldn't find it. Like none of them were working, and somehow I managed to liquidate to a draw ending.
Outside of this, you've been outside of these tournaments in the Champions Chess Tour. You have to play a lot of open tournaments. Do you notice the difference in level strongly when you play?
Yeah, I think there is huge difference. I mean, all these players are very strong, and it's not easy to win games against these players.
You make it look easy, Pragg.
Not really. It's quite hard.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
I love it. I just love Prague's interviews.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, he doesn't want to get provoked. Yeah, he's ready for his answers. And now I would really love to talk about his interview. If not for that, this is a very tricky rook endgame. And despite seemingly completely innocent, if white gets his rook to b6, it might be super unpleasant for black. I mean, you can just sit tight, but white will exactly go king e5, will try to threaten with f6, and hopes for to provoke f6 when suddenly white would, for example, get this setup, rook b6, and then the king maybe tries to get from h5 to g6. Okay, one can argue that black king can just stay on f7 and then thank you very much, what is your king doing on h5? But it's all about psychology. The good news for Ali Reza that he still has more or less 5 minutes. I mean, it should be probably enough to navigate.
Wow, so seemingly a harmless rook pawn ending, but still some problems to be solved by black. And what makes it even stranger is that it's white with a terrible pawn structure with these two pawns. But because of the king activity and this b7 pawn under attack, the rook on d7 tied down to its defense, it comes to the fact that that just white's pieces put on the pressure. He decides to immediately take the decision with f6, pushing that king back. And he just doesn't want to waste any time dealing with these threats that you mentioned. Now, does black have the option to just simply go rook c7?
Yeah, but the rook was coming from c7. Yeah, I think he just wants to go king f7 and...
wait.
Yeah, he just waits. And basically this f6, in my view, actually helps black a bit. Yeah, because the king on f7 is very nice. He doesn't have to worry about this f5, f6 break anymore, which was very much in the position. So he just wants to sit tight and claim that you can't do any progress. Maybe, actually, maybe it's true.
Rook c7 played. Yeah, it's just about finding that break. And once again, the pawn structure that white has doesn't help him. Yes, he's achieved maximum provoking this move f6. King h5. Wait a second. Where are you headed?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to head to h5 and then claim that you have to go king f7. Now the king is already on f7. the white king, nevertheless, it just basically, I think, trolling. I don't see a Zugzwang. Yeah, so you can just probably move. So after rook d7, maybe he wants to, okay, rook b6. But
all right,
what's
rook
next?
c7. Just keep waiting. Rook c7, rook e7, whatever you like.
Yeah, hard to see or hard to believe that there is a breakthrough here. Of course, it's very unpleasant also from the black side just to sit like this, yeah, not being able to do any active defense, I mean, any activity, but I mean, you don't need activity. You just sit tight and it's white who has to prove that he has a break.
And he's got enough time. I think the clock factor really matters in these kind of situations. He doesn't need to panic. He's not going to take decisions which are too committal. Okay, so Duda is trying. He is trying to change the pawn structure. What does he want with b4? Does he eventually want to go a5 and then b5?
Yeah, but I'm still not seeing where does this lead. Yeah, then we just sit on b5 and we still keep on waiting. I mean, there is no break there.
Maybe what if, all right, Peter, let's imagine this scenario. If white gets a pawn on b6 And somehow I make your rook run out of moves. Okay, imagine a position with my pawn on b6, your rook on e7, the white rook on d6.
Yeah, something like this you want to get, yeah? Takes, and then b6, and then hope for some zugzwang. This is also what Duda wants to get, but
What we want to get is the chessboard. Yeah, it's back. Sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, because after rook d6, maybe black can, yeah, rook d6 on the board, maybe black plays king e7, then goes back to f7. I mean, it's...
But then I might have time, right? Because let's say you go king e7, I might have time to go rook d5 or rook d4. Rook d4. Okay, he goes rook e7. Let's see, because we might get our plan on the board. And now if you go b5.
Yeah, but then takes, rook e5 is dangerous. Okay, but doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Probably. I mean, okay, it's not my game, so it doesn't matter. But yeah.
What happened to the Peter who feels one with the players?
Yes, but I mean, it's an ugly look. And I mean, you need to calculate. I just can't really immediately, for example. And yeah, white goes f4, so he even stops with the rook e5 move. And yeah, he wants to go b5, b6. I mean,
b5,
how to
b6.
evaluate?
That is the plan for white. Chat, get your pawn on b6 and just really clamp up that rook on e7. Take all the squares so that your rook can go to d7. How is black going to fight against this? Do you have rook c5 now?
Yeah, but this is dangerous. Yeah, rook d7. But we have king. No, but king e8 then with maybe king e8. I don't know, because this one is super dangerous. Yeah, this is the typical stuff that you might lose all your pawns and it's a catastrophe. So, okay, it's still very, I mean, practically speaking, it's quite annoying. Yeah,
okay,
rook c7.
Rook c7 played. So b5 is what we're expecting now.
Yes, b5 will be played.
Okay, Peter, question. How hard is that king pawn ending? Let's say you go b5. Let's just have this on the board. b5, ab5, ab5, rook e7, b6, and you move this rook to e3 or to e4. And after rook d7, you go rook e7.
Oh my God. Okay, check. Yeah.
Okay, rook e7. Is this a lost king pawn ending?
No,
maybe
pawn
not.
endgame is fine because you just sit and wait. I mean, this is not a danger. Yeah, there is no breakthrough here against this king. You can always just wait.
Correct.
This is fine, but yeah, white will just keep on. Okay, white decides not to do anything.
For the time being, I'm sure we're going to see a structural change very soon.
Yeah. I mean, okay, he just wants to make sure that, for example, if you go to e7, then you already don't have rook e5, so then he will push b5, yeah? So he does not even want to give those extra options for black that maybe he can get active.
He also takes away the rook e4 square, the e5 square. Eventually, we're expecting Duda to try with this b5, b6. Peter, but that might be a defensive resource, you know, this line that we're looking at with rook e7.
Yeah, there are many, but yeah, it's I think it's kind of very instructive that seemingly a completely drawn rook endgame, but with this element of, you know, this king to h5. It was my first instinct. Yeah, when Duda played the move king e5, I said that he wants to provoke f6 and then go with his king to h5 and then hope to achieve something there. But finally, I did not believe. But who knows? Maybe it's practically speaking very unpleasant.
Very unpleasant to face. And I just think I found the refutation to this great idea of defense that I mentioned to you. After Peter, if you can just make some moves.
Yes.
Let's say, you know what the problem is now also after b5, ab, rook c7, rook b6, let's say rook e7, you move your rook to d5 or something, or d8. I go rook e3, rook d7. And I was curious about rook e7, but white might have rook c7 here.
Exactly, rook c7, so you have to go king e8.
And then king g6, but that might be okay for black.
That should be fine, yeah, because then you can already take king d7 and the b pawn runs immediately. But I mean, okay, this is all very scary, and I understandably, Alireza goes down to a minute and anything can happen. Maybe he's even considering can he break out with b5, just give a pawn, but I don't think with this terrible king, he can do that.
And you also have this inertia of trying to just hold on to your pawns and see if you can just keep it safe. Because it's so committal to give a pawn at this moment. And he decides to go rook e7. He had a long think. He's down to a minute now. And I wonder what is the defense resource he's come up to. Duda, meanwhile, still delaying the decision of b5, b6.
Yeah, he's just enjoying that the opponent is going low on the clock. Yeah, and he keeps the tension. And as they say, yeah, the threat is much longer than the execution, because now Alireza always has to wait when b5 is coming. Every single moment he has to calculate, and you just want to postpone it as long as you can.
And looking at Alireza, you can feel that he's getting a bit frustrated with this, because it can come, and he eventually decides to make that committal decision. He doesn't look happy doing it.
Yeah, but he was probably waiting for rook c4, yeah, that now white is forced to take, yeah, because there is no other option. So takes, and he wants to jump out, I believe. I don't really believe that he wants to go, or does he want to go rook b7 and just, no, I can't believe this.
But the problem with rook b7 could be that white's king then might start coming all the way back.
Well, it's very, no, I mean, after rook b7, you will be just in Zugzwang, yeah? Because
rook d5, yeah?
Yeah, you don't have a next move. I mean, or maybe even h4, yeah, just, I mean, Jan-Krzysztof is making very nicely, putting the pawn on h3, so he will have this extra tempo if it's decisive. Besides, in some lines, this h3 pawn covers the g4 square, yeah? For example, if he jumps for activity,
He's got 10 seconds. Why is he not moving? Okay, he makes
and he goes rook e3. Yeah, he wants to provoke pawn to h4 and then go rook e4. I mean, it's super dangerous, and he needs precise cover, and he might have found it. Yeah, because after h4, he can maybe go for this rook e4 and or rook f3. He might go rook. Yeah, okay, we will see. He has a plan.
He has a plan, but he doesn't look like he's very convinced with his plan. He's just shaking his head, and feels like there's a bit of shakiness there. Of course, the players have no idea what is the objective evaluation on the position. We can see the eval bar. It's clear that things haven't gone wrong for Firouzja, but he has no idea about it. He might just feel that he's messed it up. Look at him, Peter. He looks very frustrated.
Yeah, and with 2 seconds on the clock goes king g8. Wow, I mean, he wants to hide with his king on h7. And he wants to lock out white's king. What a defensive idea, but does it work? Does it work though? I don't know. I mean, with seconds, it's just impossible. I like to explain many things, but it's so difficult to explain anything here. Yeah, king g4 back.
So white is going to end up winning this pawn on b5.
Yes. But actually the rook on b3 locks white's king.
And that's the point. All right. So what he's saying is that your king from g4 is not going to step out anytime.
But why did he come back with king to... because king a7, he would be in Zugzwang after rook b8. Yeah, so he basically can't keep... he will be Zugzwang, so he can't keep white's king out forever.
Peter, can we just have the analysis board really quickly, and you can show that point that why the king on h7 can't hide here, because then black will have to move that rook from the third rank, or allow the b pawn to pass all the way. And if the rook moves, white's king enters into the game, it's game over.
Yeah, exactly. So he's sitting like this, but now it's very unfortunate, yeah, that rook b7 check king g8 has to be played. We know that he does not even want to play the move king h7. Super. I mean, try to understand this look endgame. I think that this is an endgame that can be analyzed for hours in order to understand what's going on. King f7 back.
So instructive. And Alireza has got seconds to find the kind of defense. Peter, what's our eval bar saying?
Well, I mean, evaluation bar says like nothing really much is going on. Yeah, white is pushing, but actually it should be holdable. But I mean, I don't have this feeling like I mean, humanly we can see that it's definitely holdable. There is this tension in the position.
Okay, let's just make some arrow moves here. So king f7, let's say white goes b5.
Yeah, for some reason he doesn't want to push the pawn to b5, but now he does.
He does it. You have to wait with the king.
Wow,
and let's say
king e7, apparently a big blunder, huge blunder according to computer. Now white is completely winning. I mean, okay.
What is the point?
Well, okay,
he might... King h5, king f7, rook b7, king g6.
No, but then there is still rook g3, so it's not that simple. But he might be able, rook b7, and then he wants to... I mean, if he could get his king to h7, but I still don't see how he gets to h7.
Maybe he just goes rook b7, and you have to go king g8 to stop king h7,
yes.
And then you go b6, Peter.
And it's Zugzwang. And it's Zugzwang, because whenever you go king f8, then the king hides on h7 and we win the game.
So you have to go rook b1 in that position.
Yeah, you have to, but then already white can also come back.
We're going to see this. By the way, I think we might be seeing something very similar. He's gone for b6 to start with. Rook b1 played.
Rook b1 on the board.
And Peter, now you can just go king g4, right? Because rook b3, b7. And it's
but then you can never cross. Then you can never enter anything.
Yeah, right. Of course,
no, you
can't.
Cannot.
This is such an important point, chat, that you never push the pawn to b7.
Rook c8, that's it. Oh my God, yeah, and finito, absolutely finito. You force him to take on b6, you give the check, and then the king enters, and that's it.
Because the rook from b6 is so badly placed, no checks for the white king, and Alireza knows it's all over.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Jan-Krzysztof was hoping for. Yeah, he provoked f6. He had foreseen, basically, he sensed that this will be his chance. Of course, nobody could have foreseen that this is a win or not, but you have the plan. Yeah, you have the vision, what you want to achieve.
And a very disappointed Alireza there. I think he knew that the draw was so close, and it just felt like such an even game throughout. But amazing chances there created by Duda, and this would mean that he levels the score.
Yeah, levels the score. Absolutely levels the score. I mean, okay, he doesn't have too much time, and it might still be tricky. I mean, he might still need to find the right way, because
don't you just go rook f7, and after king e8 you take king g7, then you take rook f6. Let's just have some arrows.
Yeah, I mean, it should be winning because the king is in the wrong side. Yeah,
wrong side.
Yeah,
exactly.
Rook f7 on the board,
and now you go king g7.
You just take rook f4, rook takes f6, and then after rook h4 you just move, and then the f6 pawn. I mean,
you can also just go rook g6 and go f6 f7.
Yeah, and then you come back with the rook, give rook e1. Yeah, it's basically just elemental winning after. Okay, he goes h5, but no, after h5 he can't take with the king anymore.
Wait, what? But why is this so bad? I thought this should also be winning.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, this one is...
Peter, you have to explain this to us. What is wrong with h5?
I mean, I don't know. Is he now king f8 going back? Yeah, because now we can get the king to g8. Yeah, king f8.
Okay, so king f8, you can't go king f6 because of rook f5.
So
you have to go rook f7. He goes rook a7. All right, this is fine as well.
Yeah, no, but now it's...
Alireza senses it.
No, now it's lost again. Okay, but this is such a position you just can't play humanly with seconds.
I can't understand this.
It's just beyond human brain. Yeah, this is not... I mean, once you know the computer, and now you look at this after rook a6 now. Again, I mean, okay, this only computer can play precisely, or a human if he thinks for at least half an hour. It just...
And this just goes on to show how complex these rook pawn endings are, that even players like Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Alireza, it's such a struggle to play these positions. And many people think that, rook pawn endings are a draw, or it's boring, but they're actually very rich in their complexities and subtleties.
Yeah, besides, I mean, maybe this position is practically still easily winning. I mean, we don't know. We will only know after the game.
Oh, wow. I see our Revolver says that now Firouzja is back in the game.
Yeah, after rook a6, yeah, rook g4 check, king takes f6, and then king g8, yeah, just to hide with the king there. Yeah, I mean, at least now Alireza knows that no matter what, that's the best setup. Yeah, I got a second live because with the king on e8 against king, and you see that, but now rook e6. Now rook e6.
Oh my God, what is happening here?
But rook e6, rook a4.
Then you just maybe take on h6.
No, if you take, then I give a check.
Then king f6.
Okay, but that should already kind of... No, that should be, I mean, that should hold already.
He's gone for it.
Yeah, Tania was mentioning the computer move. Rook g6 check, king a7, rook d6 was a mysterious winning move.
Yeah, good luck finding that stuff.
Yeah.
Peter.
But now rook a7 check. Yeah, this is the line that I had in front of
King
my eyes.
f6, but it's still hard practically to hold this position, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, if black's king is stuck on the 8th rank, it's a loss if white managed to get his rook, for example, to the 7th. But I feel like there should be a way for black to get his king to the 7th rank, which would mean that it's a theoretical draw. It's not a practical draw, but a theoretical one.
No, and you're not alone in being clueless in these positions. Trust me, all of us are, including the players, as you can see from the eval bar jumping up and down.
Absolutely, yeah. Nobody knows what's going on. And Alireza, with 4 seconds, he has to make a move, and apparently rook a6, it's losing.
Oh my god.
King g5, rook b6, because now white will get his... White activates the rook. This is how I lost once to Magnus in Time Memorial, 2009. That exactly with fh pawn, when the king is cut to the 8th rank, then it's lost. Unfortunately, I could only reach this position fh with the king on the back rank, and I was hoping that the young Magnus will not know this, but he knew, of course, and he was just merciless. Yeah, now rook b7.
So black has to keep his rook on the 7th rank to not allow this as a defensive strategy.
Well, probably, yeah. I mean, because this one just loses, but yeah, Alireza is waiting now. Rook takes h5 runs always to king g6 and then rook b8 checkmate. So he needs to wait. Rook g7 check.
King h8 played.
Rook g5.
And does he want to go king g6 next and start pushing? All right, so no more king g6, king h7 on the board.
But it's kind of tricky, because if suddenly white will play king f7, f6, which is very tempting, then black gets to the typical defense with rook a2, rook a7. I'm not sure about this rook g7, rook g5. Maybe it's time to go back with rook g7 and get the rook there, out there, because this is nerve-wracking.
50 seconds for Duda to figure out the winning plan.
Yeah, he goes back rook g7. I'm liking this, that you shouldn't lock your own rook like this. Another big question. Do you go to h6 or to h8? So tough to decide.
So tough, and you've got no time to make up your mind. He decides to go h6.
Yeah, okay, it's perfectly understandable. Yeah, he feels like, at least, okay, get my king to h6.
Well, at some point, white has to shift his rook back over to either e7 or d7 and try to push the f pawn. He goes rook g8. So
Yeah,
no
rook
more
g8.
capturing the h5 pawn, attacks the rook again. And now I think he's going to shift over to the other side. Rook e8. Wants to go king f7, f6 next.
But I mean, now it's a tricky win, because actually black got his king to h7. Yeah, he's out of the back rank issues, and now he takes on h5. Honestly, I don't like this rook h5 so much, but okay, maybe we had to eliminate this anyway.
What about rook e7 now? You give a check. If king
Yeah,
g8,
then king
king
h6.
You have to go king h6, and then what?
That's the big question. Yeah, so king e6. Okay, now he does this systematic approach. Yeah, rook h1 f6. This is the problem. This is the problem, that now it's just one tempo. Yeah, so now king d7. Yeah, we will be seeing king d7, rook d1, king e7, threatening f7. So you have to give a check, then king f8 and f7. And if the pawn gets to f7, that's it. Yeah, king d7 on the board. Yeah, wow. I mean, really heartbreaking for Alireza, because wow, other games are about to start, because this game was such a marathon. Yeah, king f8.
And the pawn finally comes to f7, and that is lost for black.
That is lost, yeah.
It looks like Alireza had the
Duda
whole
knows,
game
yeah,
under
look at
control.
this, yeah.
Yeah.
He knows that's it. This is now a theoretical position, which he knows that. I mean, when you're already comfortably drinking your water after all this tension, it means that, you know, that's it.
Yeah, Alireza realizes it. But it's also constant pressure, right? Regardless of what the eval bar is, if your opponent is slowly, constantly putting this pressure on you, it's so hard to keep defending these kind of positions.
Yeah, of course. No, it's super difficult with little time on the clock. I mean, the key to survive rook end games is not to get them. Yeah, I mean the bad ones. Yeah, because it's so easy to. Yeah, that's it. Now he resigns. Wow.
Wow. What
Okay,
a match.
brilliant. I mean, we have seen many mistakes by both sides, but brilliant technique by Duda that he managed to win this.
Absolutely. And with that, he levels the score. We see the players have finished going out, while meanwhile, the other players are already set to go. Anish on his chair, Hans walking in for his game. Let's get an update on our scores. This was a crazy rook pawn ending. So up and down, an absolute roller coaster. And with that, Jan-Krzysztof Duda levels the score in his match. It's 1-1 there. Anish has taken the lead. They have started their game 3. Magnus and Lee have 2 big fighting draws, as was the case with Prag and Lev as well.
Yeah, and Magnus already started his game. It's a Reti, classical Reti, Knight F3 was played. And it will be interesting to see which setup Magnus chooses here against the classical Reti, because there are so many different ways that you can play with H3, you can play with C4, you can play with H3, C4, you can play with D4, you can play with D3 and then Queen E1, E4. I mean, will be very interesting to see what will happen. It's
Peter, I'm going to excuse myself for 2 minutes and I'll be right back and join you.
Yeah, good. So, I mean, yeah, we talked about Reti and Magnus goes H3. Yeah, Magnus includes this H3, Bishop H5. There are 2 different concepts also for black after H3, that you can take on F3, give up the pair of bishop and then go, for example, with E5. But still, it's not such a comfortable line. I mean, usually black wants to keep his bishop, and we see Liam going for bishop H5. All right, Magnus decides. We see that Anish Giri, Hans Niemann has also started. This is D4, knight F6, D4, E6, knight F3, C4, E6, knight F3. Basically, probably Anish wants to play a Catalan, yeah, after D5, G3, I'm guessing, yeah, because he's a very big expert. He's leading in the match. There is just no reason to do any fancy stuff. And if black plays the move B6, which maybe Hans has done recently, then I think Anish, yeah, B6, and Anish will be also very happy to play the G3 Queen Indian. He has a lot of experience, tons of experience. He knows this type of positions very well. So, okay, it's kind of nice little strategical battle. And we have Prag versus Levon Aronian, and Levon goes for the Grünfeld. Wow, I mean, he goes for the Grünfeld. What is the situation? So the match situation is tied. What happened? I'm losing my mind. Hang on. What happened? Yes, it's 2 draws happened, but yeah, the previous game was so wild, and then this Duda Alireza rook end game was just driving me crazy, because I felt like, oh my God, I have to start working on rook end games again. I mean, it just because this construction with the double F pawns and that special construction with F7, G7, H6 pawns, yeah, it was so special. And now, okay, we see a Grünfeld, C5 and H3. So also here Prag has his slight little systems. I remember when it was the year 2000 that Kramnik played the move H3 against Kasparov in Vaikanzi. Was it 2001 or 2000? It was like the big sensation that, wow, it's a new concept. How can you play a move like this? But if Kramnik does it, then it's clearly coming after some very big investigation. It's a very serious move. And ever since, this move is there. And let's not forget that Levon is not a player who exclusively plays the Grünfeld. Yeah? And whenever you are a player who is switching, we have seen him playing the Nimzo in them before. He does a lot of Grünfelds, but it's not his main opening. And I mean, apparently, at least the computer does not, I mean, but this Queen A5 B6 was an old kind of idea of Aronian, yeah, that if you manage to get bishop a6 out and you change the light square bishops, then black should be very happy. On the other hand, this is now very complex, different position. For example, what happens if white plays a4? How is black, I mean, not surviving, but rescuing his queen? Actually, I'm very curious now because, for example, the plan with bishop a6 runs into c4 and suddenly black's queen is trapped, yeah? Unbelievable shock for black, and I'm not 100% sure, so hang on. After a4, also black can't really take cd4, it's just terrible. Yeah, you can still hide on h5, but this is a total catastrophe. I mean, did Levon really miss a move like a4? And if so, then Pragg will play it. I mean, Pragg takes his time. No, he doesn't go for a4, but he goes for a similar idea with queen b3, making sure that bishop a6 is met by c4, trapping the queen. Very much the same idea. And Levon created a terrible problem for himself, the queen on a5. Let's take a look at Levon. I mean, Levon is half in chilling mode. Yeah, he goes bishop d7 out of desperation. Yeah, he wants to get queen a4 or bishop a4 in to get some stability, but I think Pragg will insist. He will not let this queen out of this box. I mean, just too tempting to keep this queen rested there. But I wonder if he has to play a4 anyway, then still I would have preferred queen, I mean, instead of queen b3 a4 immediately. Wow. Bishop d7, Levon with 15 minutes 42. This is what we have been talking about, that even if Levon has no clue what he's doing, he still kind of tries to signal that this is all preparation. I know it. It looks scary, but I have analyzed it. Don't worry. And it's so difficult not to fall under this impression that, yeah, Levon knows everything. This is always very tricky and very dangerous. But basically, Pragg is famous for not falling for this kind of psychological games. Wow, and a4 on the board. Exactly. I'm so happy because, I mean, right after b6, it was so clear that white will have to play a4 and then box this queen on a5. Black can't really develop the knight, yeah, because knight can't get to c6. Then d5 comes, white gets d5 in, the knight will be kicked away, and it's a terrible position. Now, the queen will not be trapped, yeah, for example, after knight e5, knight takes e5, bishop e5, the move c4 is probably even premature because of queen a6 and we are not gaining so much, but we can just do whatever. We can first start with f4, kicking the bishop away, then develop the bishop, and the queen is not really able to run away. Levon in trouble. Levon really in trouble here. Tania, you have missed. Are you back?
Yes, I'm here, Peter. I am back. And as I was walking back into my room, I heard you say Levon is in trouble. But
yeah, look at his queen on a5.
Wow. Is that queen almost trapped?
It's almost trapped, exactly. And he can't really do anything. It's like, you know, that it can't be trapped immediately, but you can't run away. And the threat of being trapped is there forever now. And let's see Levon sweating. I mean, I want to see Levon sweating because he makes it look always so easy. I want to see him suffer a bit.
All right, well, it does look like Lev is going to have a hard time with Peter. I've just come into this position. I'm sure you've gone through how it got here, but how can white actually make advantage or make use of this queen stuck on a5?
Well, I think the biggest use is that you just put a4 and queen b3. You know that you lock this queen down and black can't really do anything. Yeah, so black plays the move e6. And what I'm really enjoying from white side, that maybe you can simply develop. I mean, I don't know, bishop d3 or bishop e2. I mean, any of these slow little developing moves, and the queen can't run away. It will be forever in this very awkward situation there.
All right, so it looks like he's gone for e6, and wow, I see the eval bar. The eval bar absolutely loves Pragg's position, and you're pointing out just simple development moves now for white.
Exactly. It feels like we definitely Levon wants to jump out with knight c6. So he has prepared the move e6. For example, just to highlight what kind of trap Levon has already set again, yeah, that if white just follows up without any concrete ideas, bishop d3, knight c6, and insists that, you know what, cd, the queen is anyway trapped, so let me just castle. Then we actually end up getting tricked by cd, and knight takes d4. And all of a sudden, that queen comes alive and wins the game because the d2 bishop is vulnerable. So one definitely needs to calculate very precisely.
All right. Well, Peter, the thing with Lev and Pragg is the kind of fights they put out, we get so engrossed in their positions that we forget that there are a bunch of other players playing exciting chess. So before that happens, I'm going to draw your attention to take us through some of the other positions right now. And let's go back to the Magnus Liam matchup. We've had two great draws by these big fighters. And what is happening on this game?
Yeah, it was the classical Reti, HD, bishop h5, c4 played, and after e6, Magnus goes d4. Yeah, it's a very principal line at the moment. Black opted for bishop e7, knight c3, short castle, trying to run away as quickly as possible. Now, Magnus opted for knight e5, knight fd7, cd5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, and now the big question is, how does black recapture? I mean, somehow c takes d5 would be much more natural. I mean, cd5 looks like the normal move, because if you take with the e-pawn, then somehow one feels that after f4, the bishop in h5 can be a target.
G4, f4 ideas, just really blocking that bishop out on g6. So I would agree with you. C takes d5 also gives this additional option to develop the knight from c6.
Yeah, now the big question is what Magnus has in store for us, because if normally if you commit the move c takes d5, you have a clear plan, yeah, because cd automatically would be such a nice achievement for black, as you highlighted. Yeah, the knight can jump to c6. But I'm not really understanding what Magnus really wants here. And neither our evaluation bar. Also, evaluation bar is struggling to understand Magnus's idea.
I mean, the dream usually in these positions is for white to also try and get the e4 break, right? Because you want to dissolve those doubled pawns and open up that bishop on g2.
But how do we get there? Yeah, because then we have to...
That's a great question.
Yeah, we have to play g4, but also the typical problem after bishop g6, e4 is that black has the move d4. And...
But Peter, this might be something, because what if we put pressure on this pawn, let's say knight b5, and then you have to defend it.
Yeah,
and then you don't care, I can sense, but what if now you go completely crazy with f4?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, but this is not yet trapping the bishop. Yeah, I have h6 and then f5, bishop h7 falling back, and then the structure on e5 will collapse. It's a very double-edged kind of position. I don't think that Magnus wants to count on something so complex. And
Liam is having a long think at this moment after d takes e5 with what he wants to recapture with. We'll come back and check in on
and he takes ed5. I just don't understand.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it feels like he believed Magnus. Yeah, he was sensing some danger, but I mean, any danger for your bishop after cd is much better than after ed. Yeah, it's after ed you can't develop the knight to c6. White will have all this free roll. I mean, what kind of magic is this? Against anyone else, Liam would have taken cd5 instantly.
This is very strange. And Peter, the eval bar agrees with what you're saying, because now white has got the edge. g4, f4 directly comes to mind. We'll come back and check in on this big update coming in for the Lev Pragg board. It's the moment of the game. Bishop b5. Look at that eval bar. It loves that move. c4 is a major threat. Just trapping the... Wait, is the queen trapped already?
Yeah, I mean, but it all came down to this incredible stellar rook a2 move. I mean, rook a1, a2. Pragg had foreseen that I want to get the bishop to b5 at all costs, because then after the trade, we always have... I mean, this is, you know, you really have to upload. The game is not yet over, so I don't want to exaggerate, but this...
But that's... Yeah. You're just applauding for rook a2, Peter. What a move. Just keeping that rook on a square where it's defended to find this idea and this pattern that you want to put the bishop on b5, you play this quiet, nasty move, rook a2, and it seems so harmless. And now after bishop b5, c4 is a crazy threat, which just wins the queen on the spot. If you go bishop b5, a takes b5, the queen is already trapped.
Yeah, that's the point behind rook a2. I mean, wow. I mean, what a play by Pragg. I mean, beating Levon like this or crushing Levon like this, tricking him like this, is just unbelievable. Never seen this ever before.
Peter, we are on move number 14.
Yes, that's it. And okay, now Levon needs some magic. I mean, he needs some magic to keep the game going. I mean, it's clear that the position is bad. It's probably lost, but he will somehow find a way to sacrifice his queen for 2 pieces or something. Can he play a move like a6? Can we do this?
All right, let's try it. So c4, because the point is, if you take on b4, on c6, bishop c6, knight c6, c4, there's knight b4.
Exactly. Yeah, then already we get out. So yeah, c4, and then I want to take on b5. You take on a5, but I can't take anything. I have to take back on a5, and then you take on b5, and I'm completely lost. Yeah, this is.
What do you think right now? Is Lev going to try and continue this, or will he just say, you know what, I messed up the opening, let's go on to game 4, I start with the white pieces, and save his energy?
No. Levon will try to find, he wants to, prove that he had kind of foreseen it, anticipated, and there is a way to continue, but I just don't see it. This
is such a big moment. And Peter, it all comes down to this amazing move, rook a2. We've seen 2 incredible rook moves in today's matchups. Rook e2 by Magnus in game 1, surviving it, and rook a2 by Pragg in this game, just absolutely making Black's queen dead meat there.
Yeah, and also shows how alert Pragg is, that he jumped on the chance instantly. He still haven't used more than 5 minutes of his time, and punishes Levon's inaccurate play. I mean, Levon wanted to play by hand against the HT system of the Grunfeld, like thinking, okay, if you play HT, I will just show my class, and trying to show the class did not really work out. c4 on the board, making sure that white will not be able to play c4, but now basically is just giving up a full pawn. But okay, yeah, it's smart. How do we take this queen? Yeah, queen takes c4, bishop takes c4, and then the queen retreats. Yeah, so Levon blitzes out rook c8.
All right, so the queen is still not lost, it's still alive. That's the good news for Lev.
Yeah, but how long? Yeah, because now the queen just retreats and...
Back to b3?
Yeah, the problems remain the same, yeah? Don't see the big idea.
Well, he's having a little bit of a think here, which is what he needs, because he knows the moment is close.
Yeah, this would be a little chance for us to move somewhere, but on the other hand, one feels like, you want to look at this position.
Peter, we've got company here. We're joined by the Oslo studio. Hey, guys.
Wow.
He's the man behind all those interviews, by the way. Chat wants to know, we want to know, do we get another Hans interview today?
We're hoping so, definitely. So I guess I'm talking to both the broadcasts right now, but any Hans interview is bound for a good day. But we want to see our top commentator sitting here in her right element.
Well, this is what it looks like. So we've got our chat and our game window here, and this is our broadcast. And a very big moment here, because Lev looks like he's in big trouble. He's managed to get his queen trapped on a5. We're trying to find the right way ahead for Pragg here. This is a big game, swear.
As you can see, they are now following also the Lev game, who is in big trouble.
Yeah, wow. I mean, how do you escape with this queen on a5? I just don't see it. What is the magic that Levon spotted?
He goes for it. He goes for queen b3.
Yes, queen b3, a6. So we're gonna see c4, and then he's trying to sacrifice with a b5. The same sacrifice I wanted to make with the pawn on c5. But what changed? That's the big question. I don't really see the very big change. The bishop on c6 is protected. That's the kind of small little detail, but I don't think that it really decides anything. So c4, a b5, bishop takes a5, and now Levon wants to use some trick, but I mean, I don't see the big trick, because I would really love to take on a4, but queen b6, and here I first thought like, wow, here is the knight d7 option, but then we can fall back queen b4, and after bishop f8 we move back all the way to d2, and we win the queen. So yeah, this is what happens. After a6, c4, Levon takes a b5, bishop a5, and b takes c4.
It's amazing how Lav has found a way to still keep things going and keep the game going. The feeling was, and you know, for mere mortals, well, like myself, if I land myself in such a position out of the opening, it would be so hard to continue. And it still goes on. It's kind of hard to imagine, and I see in chat also it's written that an experienced player like Lav, how could he land up in a position like this out of the opening?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, that question should be asked for Levon, yeah, because I don't think that. I mean, he just got fooled by the fact that, okay, if White plays a system with h3, yeah, gives a tempo, then I can afford myself also something extra, yeah. And he did this extravagant queen a5 b6, which usually work, but here exactly it wasn't, yeah. His queen got boxed, but now he's fighting like a lion, because I mean, still put some psychological problems on Pragg, that decide how you want to treat the position. Do you just retreat and you say that you give me the two pieces and I'm gonna fight? You are winning, but I'm gonna fight? Or will he try to go for queen b6? But queen b6 is not such a easy, clear-cut way, because knight d7, queen b4. Now black has, for example, rook a b8, and suddenly rook b1 check appears. And yes, you can argue that I can even give the queen and I will be exchange up, but this is already not what we want. So there is still some, and okay, yeah, Pragg just takes the pawn on c4, doesn't want to be provoked. B takes a5 played, and Levon hopes to, yeah, castles, but okay, this is hopeless. Yeah, knight
this
a6.
Is hopeless, right?
Okay.
Knight a6, knight landing onto b4. The bishop will fall back to b7 at some point, hitting that queen on c4. e4 is hanging, a4 under attack. Peter, this is hard to imagine that it'll go on for a long while.
Yeah, well, I mean, Levon definitely, for example, he's thinking that after queen e2, which is a very natural move, getting rid of every knight before, for example, you play rook a3, then Levon will go bishop b7, and he will try to hit you with bishop a6, use the momentum that you are not yet stabilized, but of course, objectively, the position should be winning for White. But Levon fights.
All right. Well, Peter, some brilliant opening play by their Pragg. Levon putting on that creative resistance after finding himself in trouble. And that's what makes these players great, right? While most of us might give up on these kind of positions, they will still try to find a way to keep the game going. We'll see how Lev deals with this and whether Pragg is able to convert this into a full point. Peter, let's continue and take a look at some of the other games that we haven't been able to take a look at. And I want to start with Alireza Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because the big question is, can Alireza recover from what happened in the previous game? He started the match with a lead, winning that first game. Second game, everything seemed under control, but slow and steady. Duda built up the pressure, and Alireza crumbled in that rook pawn ending. How is the opening going so far for him?
Yeah, it's again a Nimzo. Again, not a Nimzo that I'm the big specialist about, because after E3 I'm castling, and we see that suddenly black players started to, but maybe it's only for this rapid event, they try to mix things up. Black played c5, white played the move bishop d3, and black played short castle. Actually, by transportation, we ended up in the same position that already Pragg had against Levon in the very first game. So d5, and after cd5, Levon went for the sideline with c takes d4. Now we see the more traditional play by Duda, simply e takes d5, d takes c5, and knight b7. This has a very solid reputation. Bishop d2, knight takes c5, bishop e2 back. So yes, black gets an isolated pawn, but black gets also very quick development. White was losing tempo. Yeah, bishop d3, bishop e2. It's a different story. Black goes knight e6. Controlling the d4 square. This is the square that white is fighting for. in isolated pawn positions. A3, bishop e7, short castles, a6, making sure that white is not able to go knight b5. Yeah, typical idea: knight b5, knight d4, h3, b6, bishop d3, bishop b7. And now nicely grouping also starts by white. Very nice. I'm loving the way how Alireza is slowly but surely shuffling his pieces. Bishop c2, bishop f6, rook c1, g6, bishop e1. Look at this. He's hiding his pieces, but everything makes perfect sense. Rook e8, and this is the current position.
Wow, it's almost like there's so much harmony and making these small moves one step at a time, but eventually all of it is going to explode out on black b4 plate, hitting that knight on c5. Peter, we'll come back to this because it's going to be a bit of a grind, but look at Magnus's position. He sacrificed an entire knight. Well, not an entire knight. He's got a few pawns for it. And I'm still getting my head around how many pawns that is. That's 2 pawns for a knight, but a brilliant center. How much compensation do you make this out to be for Magnus?
Well, very serious compensation because black's knight is stuck on a6. That's the whole point. Yeah, if the black knight would be on c6, we wouldn't be talking about it. So Magnus very nicely sensed. But yeah, why on earth did Liam give the chance for this? Yeah, f4, f5, bishop e3, knight a6, and rook c1 basically is preparing this knight takes d5, king h8, poof. I mean, simply knight takes d5, cd5, queen takes d5, boom, and b6 on the board. But this is also inviting queen takes a8, which already looks like a clear advantage. I mean, with the 2 pawns and the open d and c files, it looks, yeah, Magnus goes for it. I mean, this should be a technical win. Even that black's king on h8 is also far away because he needs to get that king as quickly as possible into the game, but he won't get the chance.
Wow. So this position is bad news for Liam. After sacrificing a piece, Magnus ends up with rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. But the biggest problem is that knight on a6 and the bishop on g6. Just impossible to get them into the game. No harmony between black's pieces while all of white's army is ready to get into the game. We're looking at this line, and after bishop c5, you will end up trading, but you go king f2 here.
Exactly. King f2 is a very nice little touch, making sure that the knight stays as long as possible on a6.
Well, not too long, right? Because you trade and you go knight c5.
Yeah, but now the king on e3 very nicely protects the f4 weakness. Yeah, so we then just move the rook and then we go b4 and we trade 1 pair of rooks and it should be an elemental win. So
all right. So Peter, what you're saying is that white needs to trade a pair of rooks here.
I mean, not necessarily, but if black wants to go active, yeah, then I will just trade and I win like this. I can also win by doubling on the 7th rank. I mean, it's looking very, maybe in fact Liam wants to play king f8 after rook d7. Maybe just does not want to, because trading the dark square bishops, I believe, helps white. You have to keep as many pieces as possible.
And we are being told, we will come back to this, but let's head over to Prag's game because it might be finishing soon. Pragg on the brink of winning this big game 3 against Lev. Well, it's clear that black wasn't able to develop any kind of initiative or compensation against the queen.
Yes, nothing at all, and that's it. Lev resigns. What a win by Pragg.
And, you know, knowing Lev, I think, of course it hurts, but even he would have a lot of appreciation for this rook a2, bishop b5 idea.
Well, but I mean, at the moment, he's just very mad with himself. Yeah, that I mean, how on earth could I put that queen on a5 and then block it with b6? And then he feels like maybe it's absolutely justified that he got punished, and Pragg did it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And that was the question in chat. How does a player like Lev end up with a position like that out of the opening? It does happen to the best of us. He's still got one more game. He starts with the white pieces, but Levon has to win on demand to force a playoff. Otherwise, Pragg takes the match. All right, Peter, let's go back to the action and let's head over to the Anish Hans game.
Yeah, because it's a very big game. Hans actually needs to bounce back with one of his games, and At least I don't know how to evaluate it, but it looks like some messy fight. It almost feels like a King's Indian, but we know that it was a Queen's Indian. We have covered the very early stage of the game. G3, bishop b7, and then okay, it was some slow maneuvering game. Yeah, black got this typical structure with his knight on e4 and so on. White plays the break with d4, d5. This is all fairly standard. It looked like white is in total control. Actually, yeah, bishop h3 also very typical, hitting the f5 pawn till, using the fact that black is kind of not yet ready for all this action compared to the King's Indian. But Hans find a way to somehow disbalance the position, and I think he definitely made big step forward with his position. I mean, for sure Anish was better, but now it looks that it's anybody's game. Wow, look at this, how the knight is stuck on a6, but he also made sure that white has some awkward pieces. Incredible street fight, I mean, and c5, making the way for the knight. Knight c7, knight e8, knight f6. Game changer. Rook f3, bishop g5, b5, knight c7. And yeah, the knight is coming.
That's a super nice plan of getting the knight into the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's coming. Just and
trade off your worst placed piece.
And we are getting closer to the current position, which is, yeah, also here black moves away with the rook. Bishop g2, bishop h4, and that's the current position. So he's maybe planning some a6 business. He also waits like, please show me, where do you go with your rook, sir? It's not so easy to find.
One thing is clear. If you move away from the g file, I think black will be super happy to grab it with his own rook and start putting pressure on the g file and threaten mate. So he can't afford to do that. So he has made the move rook g4. Black can still trade these rooks with rook g8 and then start putting pressure on the f5 pawn.
No, but he has just moved the rook away from g8. I don't think that he wants to trade. Maybe he wants to do something like queen h5, double attack on the rook and on the pawn. Could it be an idea?
Oh, Peter, I thought I had an interesting idea, but it doesn't work. But I'll show you anyway. Queen h5. I was thinking about being clever with queen e4. F5 is, of course, bishop f5 does rook h4, but I thought bishop f2 was my idea. And I thought queen f3 is me being super clever because now you move the bishop and rook g8 wins the queen. And then I realized that you've got queen f5.
Yeah, we have queen f5. So it just shows, yeah, and Anish down to 2 minutes. I think Hans feels that this is the moment. Yeah, this is the moment. But Anish actually reacted very nicely with queen e2. Wow, did actually Hans miss it? Hans fell into this trap. He was, you see, he wanted to put pressure. He followed our move, queen h5, which was a terrible mistake because Anish spotted the idea that you wanted to use. With queen e2.
Very nice.
Yeah, rook g8 check, and after queen f5, rook takes h4. So now there was nothing else for black than to retreat the queen. He loses 2 tempi, and white is able to cement the position. Bishop e4, the knight is jumping out to f3. Anish might be winning the game and the match with this. Wow. I mean, poor Hans, he fell victim. We also felt like, wow, this queen h5 is a move, but queen e2 is a wonderful counter.
Bishop f6 played, but it just feels like black's forces are dropping back now, and white has seized the momentum. Not just that, he does have that extra pawn as well.
Yeah, but maybe still black can just somehow hold this, but the knight is coming. Yeah, knight e2, knight g3 also. Yeah, bishop e8 played, trying to get bishop h5 in. It's such a bizarre structure, and Anish is done on the clock. That's his problem. But actually, bishop h5 will always be met by queen h3. So maybe not even clear if bishop h5 is such a big threat. I mean, what a pin along the h file, I don't know.
That's going to be a hard one to get out of.
Yes, queen g2, so provoking bishop h5. Please
and then
play
queen
bishop
h3.
h5. Yeah.
Oh my god, bishop h5 would be a massive blunder because you can just never get out of that pin, and maybe he just goes bishop f7 to stop rook g8.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, but he definitely wants to understand, can he go bishop h5 and after queen h3 he will have some hidden kind of idea, but so difficult to understand. No, bishop f7,
plays
correct.
Bishop f7, keeps it safe, keeps it calm. And now it's time to get this g1 knight into the game, but a queen c1, some sort of a counterplay if you're not careful.
Yeah, and look at this. Now, apparently, again, a big shift. Computer is not believing that white is better anymore. I'm expecting a6 maybe, yeah, that this counterplay with a6 could be quite annoying, especially when you are down to less than 2 minutes. Yeah, some new front opens up and you have to keep an eye. Wow, and apparently Queen C1 is very strong. Wow, Talias is on the board.
It's on the board, immediately played. Queen C1, boxing up that knight on G1. And not to mention C4.
Yeah. Wow, and the bishop's taking care of all the anti-squares.
Actually, how do you defend C4? Because after bishop D3, black might even pick up the A3 pawn.
Yeah, probably you can't even protect. Maybe you can't protect. I mean, this is now hard attack for Anish because it looked like he managed to stabilize everything. Yeah, he gives up the AC pawn.
Because giving up the C4 pawn just means your entire center collapses. So if you have the option, you always give up the A3 pawn.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, also this AC pawn and then the A6 idea or A5 idea, you will be forced to take BA.
Peter, he needs to find a way to get this knight into the game. He goes queen h3, trying to go queen h6, put more pressure on black's pieces. Queen c1, come back, and that might be a way to fight this idea. He goes for it. Rook g6 is a move you're pointing out.
Yeah, rook g6 is like a move that white feels like you have to play because otherwise you don't have a play. And this is your momentum. Anish has to play it with 1 minute 20 on
Rook
the clock.
G6.
On
he
the
goes
board.
for it. Amazing.
Yeah.
So after bishop G6, F G6, H6, you enter with your queen to D7.
Yeah, this exchange should never be taken. Yeah, because then the pawn on D6 falls and okay, maybe it's not end of the world, but I mean white is safe for sure. Besides, hang on, even after bishop G6, F G8, maybe G7 check is also very attractive. I mean, opening up the light square
G7,
bishop.
king G7, and then you can get in with the queen. But Peter, if you don't accept this sacrifice, maybe he's got rook G8 here. Does he have rook G8 here?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to keep the tension.
Because you can't take on F6. There's a counter mate on G1, so that's not an option. And he's already won that pawn on A3, which was a big, big pawn. So maybe this just makes sure that black is safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important. You have to make sure that you are safe. And okay, the good news for white is that probably if the rooks are traded, then black's A6 idea will never really do any harm because the rook will not be there already to enter the game. So maybe white can just set up some fortress.
All right, Peter, a very exciting game. But once again, for our current standings, this is not the most important one. And there is a lot of action on the other boards. We will come back to this. Let's jump over to the tournament leader, Magnus Carlsen against Liam. Levon has lost his game against Pragg. He needs to win. Pragg is the other leader. So it's a lot of excitement at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and what a position. Yeah, Liam is trying to survive.
That seems about... I mean, is he really? He's got a piece for 2 pawns, 3 pawns.
Yeah, but okay, now the pawn on b4 is kind of hanging. Yeah, it's
hanging and none of the pawns are really moving any further now, for a while at least.
Yeah, but okay, white has lovely construction, so just even if he starts pushing some f5, e4, it's only white who can be better. Yeah, it's the dark square bishop is a monster. On the other hand, Magnus wants a lot from this game. Yeah, he had a wonderful position. I think he would be, and he's done. Both players done to a minute. Okay, this is dramatic.
And maybe white has a clear idea. For example, go g5, go f5, go f6. So black needs to make sure that white's pawns don't arrive on the 6th rank. Just a sample line. Start with f5 or g5, and if knight f4, for example, f5, knight into b4, then go g5, and suddenly f6 is coming in, and that can be really dangerous for black.
Yeah, so maybe h6. No, he takes knight b4 anyway. I mean, he has to take.
And maybe we might be seeing this. We might be. It's on the board. And did you see
and
the
rook d8 finish? Blunder.
That is it.
Blunder. Rook d8. Rook b8 rook d8 blunder. Mate.
Wow.
Checkmate. No way to defend against the mate.
And
wow.
that's it. That's a cold shower. That is a cold shower. I mean, I don't know what was the right move after g5, but rook b5 loses on the spot.
Yeah, well, after you mentioned that you want to follow up f5 with g5, yeah, that's it. Liam resigns. It's a total shock. Maybe he should have played the move h6 just to create some loof, stopping g5. But okay, Magnus would probably then, it's anyway very, very unpleasant position. But,
yeah, get e4 and after knight b4, go e5 and f6. So definitely unpleasant, but we saw the eval bar, things were fine. But Peter, rook b5, what a big miss by Liam.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he was basically counting on this trick, yeah, that after g5, he blitzed out rook b5 instantly, yeah, that now the f5 pawn is weak. So he will force some trade here, but suddenly rook d8 using the fact that Black's king is in fact in a mating net. Very nice finish.
Wow, that means that Magnus takes the lead in their match with 2-1, and Liam now has to win on demand the fourth game of the match, where he will play with the white pieces and basically has to throw everything he's got at Magnus to force a playoff. All right, Peter, we've still got action on Anish, Hans, Niemann. Do we have more updates?
Yeah, well, Anish is down to 1 minute and 20 seconds, and the position still looks annoying. I mean, the two bishops, and Black has a clear plan of going king g7, king f6. So Anish goes for f6, which the computer hates, really hates the move f6, but it's very understandable because if Black gets the king to f6, you just don't feel like you can hold on forever. So he feels like f6 is his best chance. But
Peter, I'm going to just steal you right now and take you to the Ali Reza board.
Wow,
because
okay.
A lot has happened there.
Well, Duda has sacrificed the pawn or lost the pawn, whatever how you want to call it.
But look at that knight on f3 and just refusing to move there because of the attack. If you take on f3, queen h3, e takes f3 with a mating net. Even though I see our eval bar, it loves that extra pawn, but this still looks like problems to be solved for white remain.
But I mean, nothing is threatened. Yeah, that's the good news from white side, that basically you want nothing. Maybe we can even just shuffle our pieces like to knight g3, maybe even a little move like queen c1, getting ready to play bishop c3. It's kind of quite frustrating. Black wants to probably go rook e5 and rook h5, creating some
I like
threat.
that.
Yeah,
and he stops it. You pointed out and he stops it immediately.
Yeah, the reason why I did not highlight bishop c3 immediately, because I thought that there will be some fork on d2, but apparently Ali Reza has calculated everything. So what does he have in mind? So bishop takes c3. He can do what exactly? I'm not 100% sure. Because
so you can't take with the rook because of knight d2. That's not an option.
And also knight x6, he runs into knight d2. So he wants to say, wow.
Maybe then he takes rook d2 and knight e4.
And knight e4, yeah, this I have seen. But the point is that, yeah, it's a double attack, hitting the queen and threatening knight f6 check. And there is no good way of protecting against knight f6 fork.
And then you would just end up with 2 extra pawns and a winning position. So knight c3 on the board. Jan-Krzysztof Duda keeps that knight pinned on, well, not pinned, but posted on f3 and goes for queen f5.
Yeah, he has to protect the e4 pawn as well, but he still doesn't threaten anything. I mean, it should be so frustrating. Yeah, maybe white just plays rook d1, just very simple, but then you're gonna play rook d3, yeah? Rook d1 on the board.
on the board. And Peter, queen e5 can never work here.
Yes, I mean, shouldn't. Then we just
shouldn't work, yeah. Gf3. Yeah.
No, I mean, also our queen will be able to defend.
everything.
Once we got rid of the rook from f1, yeah, we have space. And also we get the update that actually Anish Giri is about to lose. So Hans is bouncing back. The knight is running nowhere. The pawn on c4 will be lost. Black's king is coming also to the center. It's just hopelessly lost.
What a comeback by Hans Niemann.
Unbelievable. Yeah, this queen c1 trick, then rook g8. Wow. But all Anish's problems were connected with the clock. Yeah, he just spent way too much time at the beginning. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna have an incredible match, incredible game 4.
So this one's going to be a big fight. Peter, do you want to jump back to the Alireza board?
Yes, I want to jump back because there is just no drama here. I mean, Hans is winning that for sure. And the drama will be on the during the fourth game. Knight e5 back, trying to get the knight to d3, yeah, putting pressure on the f2 pawn.
Also very tempting.
Very tempting. The computer doesn't like it, but humanly, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, often the moves that computer don't like make so much sense, humanly speaking, yeah? Yeah, rook cd2. This is clever, because if knight d3, then we might be able to hit on e4, and then the d3 knight is falling.
Let's just show that.
Yeah, this can be met by knight takes e4. And we protected the f2 pawn, and the knight on d3 is vulnerable. So you take rook e4, rook takes d3, and after rook takes d3, queen takes d3, you can't take on f2 because the e4 rook is hanging.
There's no time to pick up that pawn.
Yeah, and we win the game. So yeah, rook cd2 blitzed out immediately.
And knight e4 is a threat as well. So it's kind of hard for black to avoid some trades. He goes for it, rook d2, knight c4. And now can white just go rook c4 and rook d4 and try to trade the pawn, try to get the e4 pawn in exchange?
Yeah, well, I mean, he has so many options now. So yeah, I mean, rook d4 is so
rook d4,
tempting.
knight a3 is just not, I'm not sure what's going on there.
But okay, if
speed to begin with here.
Percussion or
your speed. It was going so fast there for a while.
Well, yeah, I'm just absolutely miserable. Like I just would really like to do just, yeah, like the fact that happened is a miracle, yeah, like a complete miracle, because I literally like you know, the fact that I have not like already gone to the mini bar and pulled a Magnus is like, or the fact that I haven't like just jumped in the pool, or like the fact that I'm alive at this moment is a miracle, because after I lost this first game, I think I was really just ready to just go into the ocean and never come back.
But do you think that speed that you put up, the intuitiveness of your chess, is a way of resetting and getting back to the real Hans Niemann?
No. I wanted to lose as quickly as possible, so I could go back to my hotel room and turn all the lights off, order some delivery, and watch Netflix and numb the pain until the next game.
I'm hoping that is not the same mind frame you had before game before.
No, it's the exact same, and it's going to. And I've already, I think my Uber Eats in this event is already, it's I think maybe $1,000 in Uber Eats. So I have been indulging and numbing the pain with $1,000 of Uber Eats.
We have been indulging in your entertainment here, Hans, and we're appreciative of getting to see a great chess game now.
Thank you.
wow, what do you say, Tanya, to this?
I am speechless one more time, Peter. Let's see what chat is saying. Oh my God, chat is loving it. Peter, you gotta give it to Hans for his honesty. He's not trying to be diplomatic, or he's not trying to be politically correct. He's just saying what the guy feels.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit scary if all what he mentioned is true, yeah, because that kind of quite a lot of negative emotions there.
Well, I hope it's not literally true, but I think it does put his pain into perspective, just how tough it's been so far for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, you know, we talked about this, yeah, that he's very young. He gets this incredible experience to play against the best players in the world and playing matches. Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, he also played great games. Yeah, it's not like he had been outclassed or whatever. Yeah, he had his momentum. And by the end of the day, you lose a tough match to an incredible opponent. I don't think that you have anything to be ashamed of. Yeah, it's so I think he needs to calm down. But believe me, if he wins today, then he will see the world in a completely different colors again. Yeah, it's for a chess player, you know, this one little win, and then you feel that, wow, everything is fine, can easily come. I will be curious to see his interview after the match is over.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that Hans has a good day, because it's quite hard to see him like this. And as he mentions, you know, saying that it's a miracle how he's just everything he said was a bit, it goes on to show the pain that he's in, but he's fighting. He's come back in this match. He's got a big game 4 coming up. And we'll have a big fight on this one, Peter. But to be honest, a bit speechless after that interview.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know these kind of feelings when he mentioned the ocean and like this. I mean, I know exactly, because in the Batumi Olympiad in 2018, when I lost the completely winning position against the Albanian Enal Dervishi, I mean, I saw, like, you know, I was like, plus 10, my opponent had just 1 second on his clock. Even if he wants to design, I will tell you, no, don't design, because we play till the end. We play till mate, and I lost that game. And because of this, my team even made 2-2 against Albania. I mean, after that game, I also saw like the whole world is falling apart, and that's it, finished.
Peter, I felt that just a few days ago, not even as long back as in 2018. It was the very last round of the Olympiad in Chennai. So, of course, I think as chess players, we all know what the pain is, and it is a very brutal game, heartbreaking at times. But once again, it just takes one good day, you know, and ironically, that's the only way to get over the pain and the hurt, is to have a good day in office, to take a big point home, and then the world seems rosy again.
Exactly, that's it. And now it feels that it's Alireza's momentum, because the rook c8 check followed by queen c3, or rook c6 and followed by queen c3. There will be a lot of pin against black's king. The knight on d4 is wonderful. Actually, the knight on d3 does absolutely nothing. And you know, in fact, black was trying to get queen f6 in, targeting the f2 pawn. Rook c6, very well timed. Queen is coming to c3. I don't see Duda escaping this.
All right, but he's still so rook c6 played. I see your eval bar is just going crazy for white's position. I get it that you're up a pawn, but is it really that awful with queen h4 ideas, trying to threaten some queen h4, rook g5, build something along the king side?
Yeah, but I think you'll just lose by force. Yeah, that's the problem.
So how do you start? Do you start with queen c3 now?
I mean, I would like to start with queen c3.
Or maybe queen c2 to do, okay, queen h4?
No, I want to, I mean, for example, queen h4, rook c8 check, followed by king g7, f4. It looks like it's game over, but you have queen f2 check and knight e1, just to show this, because it shows why I'm so keen of getting my queen to c3. But here, if I'm tempted to my so-called winning plan, yeah, with f4, then you can suddenly counter it by giving a check, king h2 and knight e1. And again, we're gonna see one of those heartbreaks as a chess player that from a completely.
But maybe there's knight f5 here still.
Yeah, there is knight f5, luckily, but it's already and it might be winning. Maybe this is a forced winning line.
Is this winning?
It looks winning, yeah, because it's checkmate, yeah.
By the way, he's gone for queen c2, and the reason I mentioned queen c2 was simply because it keeps the f2 square defended with the threat of rook c8.
Of course, yeah, but I mean, all right, now at least you can move the king out, and then he will just collect the second pawn, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Queen g5, but queen g5 doesn't threaten anything, no? You've got knight e1. Oh, actually, it threatens a very big thing. You're going knight e1 and mate on g2.
Yes, tricky.
Very tricky, Peter.
But this doesn't seem to be enough after all. I mean, we have so many options.
Tell me one good one.
One good one. I mean, okay, if you just want to move okay, he just takes, he doesn't. Knight e1, queen c8,
queen c8, queen g4.
That's it. I mean, you just have to be young, yeah, and then you don't see any ghost. You just pick up the pawn, and that's it.
Okay, tricky stuff here, going king g7. So now knight e1 is a threat. And if white starts with queen c8, then black might go queen h4 and shift plans.
Yes. No, I mean, now we don't want to. And Alireza just, okay, I already collected 2 pawns. I'm completely winning. Let's just take care of any of these ticks. Yeah, h5 stopping any queen g4s. Now the rook might just come back to c6, yeah, occupying the c file.
h5 is a nice tricky move, making sure that there's no queen g4. Yes, it's looking quite bad for black, But Duda's still fighting. He's still trying to keep the game going.
Well, he has to try. I mean, after all, he landed his knight on d3, so he's hoping for something. But yeah, rook c6. I think in such positions, you just have to be very systematic. You just don't need any forced lines because you're already completely winning. The opponent is hoping for some miracle by, and push, yeah. Just b5, rook a7, rook c3, protect the pawn.
Alireza playing quite confidently in this position. He knows it's winning and he's kept everything defended with that nice queen on e2, the knight on d4, queen f6 played, stopping the move b6.
Maybe there will also be a time to play something like f3, making sure that this knight on d3 will have to move. Yeah, f3 on the board. It's a slight weakness, but if we win another pawn and we kick this knight away, then we can weaken ourselves because we just win the game.
Nice. So targeting the pawn that supports that knight on d3, which is the piece giving black all the counter activity. f3 played. I don't really see a way. So you can't take on f3 because queen d3, f2 is just one check and doesn't really mean anything.
Yes, no, it's basically we have to fall back with the knight to e5 at some point, and okay, then f takes e4 will be the third pawn already. It's just hopeless, yeah.
Peter, if Alireza wins this has been such a bloody round with 4 decisive games.
And I almost said that all games won by white, but no, because Hans actually bounces back with the black pieces, and in game 4 he will have the white pieces. Yeah, fe4, queen h4, the best try.
Wow, we say the best try, but we can see Duda, and it looks like he doesn't have much hope from his position.
No, of course, it's 3 pawns done and having the worst position, yeah, because white actually has a monster knight on d4. If he wants, he can go knight c6, exactly, he can even play knight c6. And after knight takes c6, b takes c6, then we have a wonderful rook behind the pawn. It just...
One gets the feeling in the event so far that even Jan-Krzysztof has struggled quite a bit finding his rhythm. There's something quite shaky about his performance in this one.
Well, okay, but he also had some good matches. Yeah, I mean, he won the very first match, I think. But I also believe that, you know, Miami is a very special place, yeah, because with the ocean, with the jet lag, I mean, it's not the typical kind of chess atmosphere, yeah, that chess players are used to, yeah. There is a lot of interaction, a lot of different things. So it might be a little bit tricky to focus on purely just chess.
And actually, most of these players are flying in from Mahabalipuram, from Chennai, from the Chess Olympiad. So definitely jet lag has been a big issue for most of them.
Yeah, it's like 9.5 hours, or how much is the time difference?
A lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 6 between Europe and Miami, and 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5 ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 9.5 hours. Yeah, it's I know how it feels to play in China. Yeah, I have quite some experience. I mean, even after 1 month, I'm completely jet lagged. So yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, okay. There is not
Tough
much
game
to talk.
Yeah, but all right, so lots of pawns. That's 3 extra pawns for Alireza. Tough game. Duda also just not sure how he can create anything with that rook stuck on c7, trying to defend that c-pawn from queening.
Well, he has now invited e6 because he wants to go queen d6 check. That was his last little Chipolito, but of course Alireza is not falling for it. He pushes a4.
Too many pawns to push.
Yes. Now probably some queen d4 would be also very thematic, yeah.
And that's it. He's had enough. Jan-Krzysztof Duda resigns, and with that, Alireza takes the lead in their match for the second time. Peter, let's get our scorecard up. We've got one more game remaining, and it's a big one because some of our players, actually all of our players, Anish Hans, the score is level, which is good news for Hans because he managed to bounce right back with a nice win. And Peter, if you've got time, maybe we can see the turnaround moment in that game because it looked like Hans was having trouble there, but he managed to survive, more than survive, and level the score. While there are 3 players who have to win on demand to force the playoff: Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Levon Aronian, and Liam against Magnus. Big matches coming up. Prag's 3rd round win, that was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, trapping the queen of Levon and punishing him for his extravagant play was brilliant. And here is the position that we talked. So Hans actually did find the nice reaction rook g8 against rook g6, and Anish was down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. So he took, and it was just very unpleasant to defend this position. I mean, Hans went on to win slowly. Definitely, probably Anish could have made a draw at some point, but with 1 minute on the clock, it's always difficult to just being pushed to defense. Yeah.
And he didn't manage to do it, and Hans leveled the score. Let's run a quick poll with our chat. I've got our chat open. Tell us what you think, guys. Who's going to be able to make a comeback? Which match are we going to see a playoff in? Will Liam be able to level the score? Will Lev be able to level the score? And of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alireza, the other big match where we need a win on demand to see a playoff. The players blitzing out some crazy opening moves. It's the same one we had earlier.
It's the same one. Yeah, now Levon deviates with bishop d2. So I believe we can assume that his experiment with knight c3, a3 was maybe like a bluff. I don't think that if that would have been so good, he would be repeating it. Yeah, and Pragg would have not played it, but maybe the move order, yeah, that we might be seeing that exact same position. He's going for bishop d2, a3, and after knight c3, rook c1, for example, we might be heading for transposition. It's very interesting.
Another interesting insight, we saw Pragg do this, right? Where he uses an opening, the first game that he had yesterday, and then comes back with an improvement in the third one, and it works to perfection. The fact that Lev is repeating this, it goes on to show that he's also got somebody working behind the scenes, Peter, helping him out with these openings, and he's, well, a man with a plan in this one.
Well, I was, to be honest, very surprised when Liam said that he has no computer in his resting room, because I believe that most of the players have. Yeah, it's just very difficult to react so quickly. Maybe Liam believes that he has many playable systems. Yeah, he doesn't want to get into any confrontation, and since he doesn't have a second, he feels that those 10 minutes should be spent with relaxing, yeah, getting the energy for the next game. If he starts analyzing, then he won't be able to play. Yeah, it's kind of perfectly understandable. And I believe that now we're gonna see a real test, because now if Levon is willing to enter this line, first of all, he might say, I need to win. So it's kind of nice that my opponent goes for a very sharp double-edged line where he sacrifices the pawn, and if I manage to defend, then I'm going to win. Yeah, and on the other hand, incredible that Pragg actually shows this courage and shows this confidence that he's, I mean, he knew that it's not a surprise anymore for Levon. He only needs a draw, and he's still ready to go for this line.
Yeah, and I think that actually speaks a lot about Lev's approach, that it's the last game of the Rapid, right? It's his final chance. He needs to do everything he can to win the game. So he feels his best chance is to go for a game, go for the opening where he knows exactly the direction that Pragg has taken. So it makes a lot of sense from Lev's side, Lev's point of view, that he's got an idea, this new idea with rook c1 now, and Pragg has gone into a bit of think tank. Peter, let's just point out the deviation that happened from the earlier game.
Yeah, the deviation was that after queen f6, I think there Levon automatically played knight c3, queen g6, a3, and after bishop d6, bishop d2, bishop f5, rook c1, we have seen this kind of stuff, and after short castle, queen f3. This was the way how he handled the situation, and then we have seen what happened. But now he deviates with bishop d2 with very similar ideas. Yeah, that after bishop d6, a3, bishop f5, rook c1, but he did not commit his knight yet. He wants to stay as flexible as possible. Now Pragg goes for rook d8. And we will be talking about this position, but I think there is an incredible action, and Anish is using some big prep against Hans Niemann. Look at this.
Rook g8? What on earth is rook g8?
It's a prepared bomb. I think this is a big bomb. And Anish, I do recall that there was a game between Hans Niemann in the Capablanca Memorial against somebody in the last round, and he has crushed his opponent with this line d4. And knowing Anish, he definitely took a look immediately, probably on the very same day. and he spotted this idea with rook g8. He wants to go g5. He wants to break something immediately. Yeah, it was against Mustafa Yilmaz. Yeah, he won a very important game against Mustafa Yilmaz there, and now Anish comes prepared.
The fact that you use this idea, you've got a concept with this rook g8 stuff, and you use it for this game, goes on to show how big a deal this match is for Anish. To use something that would be such a big shock value for your opponent in, let's say, even a big classical game. So the players are taking this stuff very seriously.
Well, I mean, okay, Hans and Anish, this is an incredible prestige duel. Yeah, now Queen D3 is played. We're gonna see some G5, but okay, G5, FG, and then how do you continue in the spirit? I mean, we might be seeing this nevertheless. I mean, Anish clearly wants to impress Hans. For some reason, at least our engine did not really show that White needed to panic. Yeah, that before the move Queen D3, the computer showed quite some happiness for White, but believe me, our engine is way too weak, and Anish has definitely checked this position as supercomputer. So I'm not believing in our evaluation bar.
So one of the natural responses that comes to mind is knight c5. You want to hit that queen on d3, but I think White's idea is to go queen g3 and try and offer a queen trade, get a better pawn structure. So he's not really
but here we will have knight d3 at the end.
So let's just take a look at that line, Peter.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I don't think. No, Anish goes G5
on the board. He goes for it. He goes for it. I love it.
G5 had to be played. I mean, there is no other question. The big question is, what is the follow-up after FG? Just H6, Bishop E7, or the sacrifice with Rook G5. I mean, any of these moves. I'm believing in some H6 or Bishop E7. Probably H6. But that's the way. I mean, also pretty sure that Hans is thinking about some knight d5 idea as well. Yeah, that just to counter shock the opponent, but it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, knight d5, we can just take, and after e5 we go king d8 and we just walk. We just take a walk with the king. So the sacrifice doesn't work. White has to take fg, and now all eyes on Anish. How do you continue here?
Can Black continue now with this idea that we were discussing earlier, where you go knight c5, and after queen g3, as you mentioned, you win the c1 bishop, and then he goes for h6. Anish, this is some really high-level prep we are seeing.
Well, I mean, rook g8 you don't play if it's not a prep, but again, for example, we see that our computer does not exactly, says that this is so brilliant for Black, but let's forget about computer.
Peter, we cannot forget about computer, because we're getting a very important update that this is the game-changing moment in front of us right now, because the line that Anish has chosen requires precision for White. And the only move for White is rook e3.
Yeah, but rook e3 is, of course, such a stunning move. I mean, if Hans finds rook e3, then definitely he will be celebrating tonight and not gonna be jumping to the ocean. Definitely not. But he needs to find rook e3. It's such a difficult move, because seemingly the bishop on c1 is the one that protects the g5 pawn. Yeah, and Hans goes queen g3, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Now Black is just slightly better. I mean, slightly or clearly better after h take g5. One can even argue that maybe takes on g3 and then hg, and then get the pawn to g4. You will get this. Okay, Anish chooses hg5. It's just a matter of taste. Because now, for example, queen h4, g takes h4, Black is threatening to go h3, and next Black is going to jump with the knight to e5, the weakness on c4, and the position is falling apart. Wow. But yeah, rook e3, how should you find? But maybe Hans, because he should have kind of suspected that this position is terrible. Yeah, so if you play queen g3, g5, you're most probably going to lose. Yeah, because it's a horrible structure. So if you think like this, then, but nobody tells you that there is a solution. Yeah, that's the problem. Because if it's a puzzle, yeah, your coach gives this position to you. You know that the only reason why you are getting this position, because there is some incredible idea, and immediately your brain starts to work in that direction, that there is some incredible move here, and then after some time you're definitely going to find this candidate move rook e3. But in a tournament game where nobody tells you anything and it's 15 minutes time control, I don't know if you can really find the move rook e3. But without it, it's just very bad news. So queen g3, g5 played. Anish enjoying himself. This is a dream come true because with black, he can now play for a win without taking any risks. And especially knowing that Hans is in a terrible mindset, it's I don't really see him surviving this game. Now also rook c8, by the way, is also very unpleasant because even b3 can be met by b5. And wow, I mean this whole position is falling apart. And Anish has a lot of time. He just has 14 minutes on his clock. Wow, okay, this is looking so horrible for white that I can't even continue looking at it. Let me take a look at Levon against Pragg, because all eyes on this game. We see all these complications. The pawn is on h3, forever compensation, and Levon is still blitzing everything, but this is not preparation. I mean, if this is preparation, you just tell it to yourself, I will never play like this. King is stuck in the center, rook on e8, rook on d8. Tania is back with us. Tania, tell me, what is your feeling here?
I would be terrified with white here. I mean, first we had Levon's queen trapped on a5. Now his king on e1 is stuck. All of black's pieces are playing. I love the rook on e8, the rook on d8. But also, let's not forget that Lev has got 2 extra pawns. And once again, it's all about trying to consolidate the position. It just feels like Pragg will have long-term compensation. Peter, do think that despite liking black's compensation, this is the way Lev has to go when he needs to win on demand, to get that material advantage and to make Pragg show his ability to keep up the initiative throughout the game without a clear path towards the initiative.
Yeah, that's true. On the other hand, I would have preferred, you know, if Levon just outclasses Pragg. Yeah, if
you
that's
can't,
his.
you
Yeah,
can't
but maybe
outclass
you
Pragg.
can't. That's the
How
thing.
do you
but-
outclass a player like Pragg?
Yeah, but this shows already how much respect Lev has for Pragg. Yeah, that he even goes for this adventure. Yeah, and asks for some, you know, goes for this lot of complications. And it's not exactly Levon's style to grab pawns. And I mean, he's a martial player. Yeah, he loves to sacrifice material and then go for the initiative. So it's a little bit of a desperate idea, because this is just a wonderful.
By the way, Peter, this is another very critical moment in the game. Tad is pointing out. We were talking about how it's a check. It's a test whether Pragg can keep the initiative going, because he has sacrificed 2 big pawns. And the way that black can do that, there's just one move. And let's ask chat. Let's ask chat and see, because it's not an easy move to find. But let's see how up our chat is for the task. How can you keep this position going and make it more complicated? Everything else makes it worse for black. There's just one move in the position that Pragg has to keep the compensation going. And it's a tough one, Peter.
Well, I mean, I will even reveal you that I think chat go very quickly, because it soon will be on the board. Yeah, I'm expecting Pragg to play it. No way, no way he will not do it. Trust
And
me.
of course, chat knows. Of course, chat knows, Peter. But I think it comes from understanding that in this position, black needs to do something dynamic. Black needs to do something extreme. You can't just allow white to get his king to safety, to trade off pieces. And Peter, so many people in our chat are responding with knight d4. Badri Chess, Sarvesh, Sachin, Giri, everybody's saying knight into d4, go for it, Pragg, and that is the right move. Let's try and understand what happens after this piece sacrifice, because it's easy to give up the pieces, but what's the follow-up?
Exactly, yeah, because one of the most logical thing is like taking and then follow it up with queen e4, yeah, because we make sure that white is not able to castle, because he would castle into checkmate. Knight d4 on the board. That's what I told you guys. You don't
know
have
Pragg,
much time.
you know Lev, but you also know Pragg now, Peter.
I know, yeah. I definitely know. I played with Pragg in 2018 in Isle of Man. He was how old? 12? He just turn 13? And I even remember my discussion prior to the game with Surya Ganguly, yeah, that he told me that, yeah, the opening won't be so important because Prag's strength is not the opening. He's just a good player. And I mean, that's exactly how I felt. He was playing wonderfully. I had the better position, but even back then, he already had this tenacious defense, and he managed to hold a very unpleasant position as well. So I have big respect ever since to Pragg.
Peter, I'm actually trying to understand what's the follow-up. Let's look at some lines. As you mentioned, Pragg, not just openings, that's not the important part. He has this immense understanding of initiative, of not just initiative, but also simple moves, as we've seen him throughout the match, just keeping up the pressure. How does he keep up the pressure in this particular position? Now he's down a piece and a pawn, but it's all about the king. It doesn't matter.
And also there are so many options, yeah, because this bishop e2, knight e2, queen e4 was the very first thought, but also a6 is a move and rook a2, yeah, and he takes rook e2. Okay.
Wow. That's a lot of sacrifices for one game. So first he says, I'm going to sacrifice a pawn, but that's not enough. Then he sacrifices a piece and now sacrificing a rook for queen e4. So hitting that rook on h1, you can't castle because of queen g2 mate. A small little point, but a very important one. And e2 knight, also watch out for that. What happens if white sidesteps with the rook? Queen h1 is a big threat. So let's just move our rook somewhere, Peter. Rook g1, for example. Now, do you keep building up the pressure on the e-file with rook e8, or do you go a6?
Well, you're going to go a6, yeah, because a6, queen c4, b5, kicking the queen away. And how is white surviving this? I mean, this is a checkmate idea. We might not even be able to play rook g1 because we just lose, yeah?
So a6, wow, that's a forcing line. So let's take a look. a6, queen c4,
and then
rook
b5.
c8, but rook c8, queen c8 is still there. You want to go b5.
Yes, b5, and we kick the queen away. And we give checkmate. So I don't know. Levon is having some hard attack. Maybe he has to play the move f3 first. Is that a very important move? I mean, just to create some luft, and after bishop f3, also rook f1, we will have some sacrifice on f3 at some, but still it's bishop f3 looking very dangerous.
And you still have the same ideas with a6, b5.
Very
wow,
much.
This is actually a tough spot for Lev.
I mean, how do you survive? Yeah, this is the question. And actually
When in
surviving
doubt, Peter, we
loses
ask
the
chat.
match for him. By the way, if he just survives, he loses the match.
No, he needs to win. But first question is, how do you get out of the mate? And Peter, let's see if chat can help us again with this one. Queen e4 played, a6, b5 is a big idea. I have a feeling he has to somehow just let this rook on h1 be, but I don't even see a move how you can do that.
Yeah, well, you can play bishop e3. Yeah, you can play bishop e3, but yeah, he goes bishop g5.
Bishop, and it's a bad move. It is a bad move. Look at our eval bar. It disagrees with bishop g5.
Yeah, well, but it's a logical one, yeah, because you hit the rook.
By the way, Peter, chat is informing us that bishop e3, as you were pointing out, was the only move in the position.
Yeah, it felt like the only move. It wasn't a nice move, but simply that there was nothing else. And besides, I spotted one kind of hope how I can maybe survive. That's why I was basing my defense on that move. But yeah, bishop g5. Now the big question: what happens after, for example, rook e8 or? I mean, the knight on e2 is still kind of weak, yeah. I mean, it's hanging in order also. Okay. So a6.
First, Peter, I kind of wanted, I wanted to understand what happens after a6, queen c4, and the point is that now you have this queen c2 square from where you can defend the knight. So this explains the move bishop g5.
This explains, but.
All right, so clearing the second rank for defense, and let's just have that on the board, Peter. a6, queen c4. But, you know, it's so crazy because the h1 rook is also always hanging. And now let's say if you go b5, maybe you also put in the move f3 so that you don't have queen h1 check. And then you go queen c2.
Yeah, it's but also rook e8. But his idea is that if you go rook e8, then white plays bishop e3. That's the trick of Levon. Yeah, that the rook on e8 will be vulnerable. I was just trying to understand. Yeah, I couldn't really focus before. I'm not understanding this, but that's the trick. Okay, so if black goes rook e8, putting pressure on the e2 pawn, then now we come back with the bishop to e3, and in fact the queen is attacking the rook. Rook e8 on the board. Okay.
Rook e8. So now if you go bishop e3, queen h1 is still a check though, but you'll have to come back
King
to
d2.
e4.
Okay, king d2.
Let's just have bishop e3 on the board and see what black could do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel myself a little bit relieved from white side, but apparently computer says that there is big danger here.
Yeah, that you shouldn't be feeling relieved so soon. So Peter, what happens if I push your queen with a6 so that my rook on e8 is not hanging anymore?
Well, then I thought that I'm gonna take on e8.
Ah, you're just gonna take, yeah? But even this position is kind of looking, because you still can't castle happily.
Yeah, but okay, I go knight c6, I'm gonna go king d2. I understand it's not a dream scenario, but at least I survive, no, the mating attack. I don't know.
Queen c6, you have d5, unfortunately.
I don't know, but look at this. Levon is still having 12.5 minutes. I mean, what is he doing? I mean, it's such an important game, and he kind of keeps on blitzing in such a wide position. This is shocking, but even he kind of slowed down. Yeah, bishop is on the board.
Big question now. A6 is an option to push that queen away, or inviting the sacrifice with queen e8, queen e8. I don't like that position for white simply because it's so hard to imagine a coordination. And I feel these two bishops and the queen will keep the attack going. But if you take queen h1 directly and don't play a6, Peter, I think that's easier for white. For example, queen h1, let's just have that on the board.
Yeah,
and
this gives me many tempos. Yeah, king d2.
And you're happy now.
I'm super happy. Yeah, a6 had to be played. Yeah, so Pragg plays a6, and we're gonna see queen takes e8. I'm pretty sure.
All right, let's analyze that. Then he goes queen
Levon
a4.
doesn't. He insists on keeping the rook under attack.
But you can't really insist on it because there is b5.
Yeah, b5. But then he wants to go queen c2, and you weaken the c6 square. Yeah, that's what he wants. Very nice. I mean,
I'm
I
not
think
sure,
we even,
Peter.
Yeah.
Takes on h1 and
queen
let's
f3.
say queen f3, hit that knight.
Yeah, this is an important tempo. Yeah, this is an important tempo.
This is not looking good news for white.
Okay,
and
but
not even to mention
nothing
you need
is
to win.
threatening. Yeah, basically, I mean, okay, but it's only one pawn, and you have incredible attack. Yeah.
I mean, this is crazy compensation for a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too much. Yeah. But Pragg is going down on the clock, yeah, so he has to make up his mind.
Peter, maybe, you know what, after b5, you just want to take on a6 and at least say, you know what, I'm not a pawn down anymore. I mean, I've got 2 pawns now. And yes, you've got compensation, but at least it's for 2 pawns and not 1.
b5 and queen a6 on the board, but hang on, queen this, isn't it mate? Then short castle. Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Okay. Queen d3 is quite a stunning move, by the way.
But yeah, then you can castle. By the way, then I can come queen e4, queen c6. Okay. That's Levon's trick. Just to
and queen d3, actually funny stuff. Knight c3 runs into rook e3.
Rook e3. Yeah, that should be made. Yeah, but here then white has queen c6 and winning the game. So okay, we have to calm down.
He's going to take on h1.
You think? No, but taking on h1, then king and then just queen f3 again like this, yeah?
You have to put pressure, but then okay, now 3 pawns, queen into b5. That's a lot of pawns.
Exactly, that's already 3 pawns. Okay, queen b5, we have rook b8 and b2 pawn is hanging to just to highlight, but I believe Pragg wants to find a better move. I mean, can he play queen f3? I mean, similar, no, queen f3, then queen takes b5. Yeah, that's yeah, he takes on h1.
And Peter, queen h1 was not the right way not the right path. We saw the eval bar bounce up, queen f3. All right, super exciting stuff going on here. Queen into b5 runs into rook b8, rook b2, like you pointed out. Queen takes e2 is a massive threat right now. How can white fight this? Do you go knight g1, knight c3, or do you go rook e1? I'm just staying out the options because it's hard to come up with the move.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. I mean, for example, knight g1 is a tough move to play.
It's a heartbreaking move.
Yeah, on one hand, you get a tempo. So knight g1 was one of the first candidate moves for me. But I mean, you just don't. If you have an alternative, you don't want to play knight g1.
Because, you know, Peter, also let's point out, like a move like knight c3, it might run into rook into e3, fe3, queen f2, king d3. I don't see bishop f5. I'm not sure if it's, but you have e4.
Yes, I have e4. This one actually feels quite secure.
Safe.
Yeah, safe under the circumstances. This one we already call it safe. Yeah. Queen f3.
So we're sure that queen b5 is the bad move here, right? Because you've got rook b8.
Yeah, and then the e2 knight is falling. Yeah, because queen b5, rook b8, queen back to d3, for example, rook b2 check, and after rook c2 we can just trade and the knight is falling. So no,
you could even start with queen e2 to be fancy, but it doesn't matter. Queen b5 is not going to happen. Peter, even rook e1, it's an ugly move, but it just feels like white would be safe.
Well, actually, I did not even see the move rook e1. I mean, I just did not. But
then maybe it's just really bad.
No, I mean, maybe it's a move because it gives some stability and you want to keep the knight on e2. But yeah, intuitively, I did not want to move my rook from the open file.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't want to give. The only thing that one of the big factors working in white's favor is that bishop on d6 is under attack.
Yeah, but the problem is that, I mean, none of the moves and rook e1, your move on the board.
Rook e1, and I like that the eval bar decided to keep status quo on it, so it's not an absolute disaster. Rook e1 played, queen d6 is a big threat, and
but
yeah,
can we actually? No, we can't. I wanted to play queen d5, knight c3, queen b3, sacrificing the bishop, but you have queen takes b5, protecting everything and winning the game. So okay, rook e1, nicely played by Lev.
3 minutes to Pragg. Where do you go with your bishop? What about, Peter, a move like, I wanted to say rook e6, but then you have queen c8. He goes queen f6, threatening bishop b4. That's a devious threat. And if queen b5, you still have rook b8.
Yes, but...
maybe now you go knight c3?
Yeah, maybe now we go knight c3, yeah, because now already also rook takes c3 is not a problem.
Why
yeah,
is that not a rook e3? You'll just take fe3 and knight e2.
Exactly, yeah, now we have it under control. And look at this, computer is screaming that white actually is out of danger.
Wow, what a game. Okay, knight c3 played, and how does Pragg continue now? So Lev has got the edge now, according to our eval bar. So we might have a game on our hands.
Yeah, and he's also up on the clock. Yeah, it's and he got stability. That's the most important thing. Yeah, before he was in terrible danger, but this construction looks very solid. Everything on the dark squares. I mean, only his queen is vulnerable on the light squares on a6, but apart of this, just everything on dark squares. What a position. Queen e6 played. Yeah, hinting at some, I mean, okay, first of all, pinning the rook, queen takes b5 is still not possible due to rook b8, and knight takes b5 would be met by queen b3. So it's clear that Pragg is eyeing the b3 square. The only problem that till the knight stays on c3, queen b3 is met by queen takes b5. So we are not threatening this move. Basically, we don't threaten anything at the moment. Can white even just play queen c6 and then queen d5? I mean, stabilize the situation. Maybe we can just do this.
That looks nice because whenever you go queen b3, there's this queen b5. Now even the rook on e8 is hanging. But how do you respond to rook c8? You want to go queen d5?
Queen d5, yeah. And basically, it looks like I get all the stability. Wow, which would mean that Levon, if he wins this, then he bounces back. That would be incredible.
Talking of Lev bouncing back, it appears Liam is not bouncing back because we're getting a big update on the Magnus game. Peter, we will jump straight back to this. But let's head over to the Magnus-Liam board where Liam is trailing and needs to win, just like Lev, but his chances are looking bleak.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 pieces versus queen. Yeah, I thought first that it's 2 pieces and a rook, but actually not. It's a hopelessly lost position. And by the way, Levon has played the move queen c6, and I believe Pragg in a lot of trouble now. Yeah, I mean, Magnus is just easily winning, and there is also a big question. Wow, okay, we have to jump there to Duda versus Firouzja, because What on earth is going? I mean, first of all, Duda needs to win, right? Yeah, Duda needs to win. What a position.
These are some big fights across the board.
Yeah, but apparently, I mean, computers say that maybe, I mean, black is better, and I believe that maybe he can just jump back with the knight, takes, and then rook e8, and then knight falls back to d5. Looks quite solid. Maybe there is even something better. In any case, he has things under control. What about Hans Niemann against Anish? Yeah, Hans is fighting not a lost cause, but he has to defend. The problem, bishop is the f5 traps the rook. Oh, this is very bad news. Then he's in a lot of
But
trouble.
then your bishop is just trapped, right? If you don't have bishop e3, then where do you go with your bishop? Because
Well,
bishop
you
b6.
have bishop c5, but
Bishop c5, king c6, bishop d6, rook d8, you have c5.
yeah, and okay, it's a double attack on both pawns, but apparently, clearly there is some very unpleasant counter idea against this.
Oh, it's black. Peter, we're just there's so much going on. Why does just play rook d1?
Yeah, that's the thing. When we are jumping around, yeah, with all the tension, then it's easy to miss. Yeah, otherwise also the e5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, that's the key. Okay, then Anish can just play the move king c6, and after bishop e3 he will have f5.
How Tad is just, informing us. By the way, guys, it's black to play here.
Yeah, that's good news. Otherwise, I was like in complete shock. But okay, all eyes and all our thoughts is with Levon and Pragg. So let's jump in back there because
Pragg has got a minute and a half, and if Lev wins this one, then we get a playoff.
Yeah, and okay, basically, yeah, queen e6, queen c6 was played, rook c8, queen d5. Levon is in total control. b4 takes, queen f6, b5, bishop b4. Pragg is fighting. Yeah, rook a1. Yeah, Levon with his experience from the Marshall. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, because also then the Marshall often, this is the defensive setup. Yeah, this is a defensive setup. And now also he collected so much material. He's coming with rook a6, also with rook a8, depending.
A8, just trade off the rooks as well. Everything looks like it's under control for white now. There's so much harmony between the pieces.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it looks like we might be having a playoff today as well. Because in other boards, I don't feel, I mean, Magnus is winning, yeah. Alireza has everything under control. I also don't see there an incredible comeback possibility for Duda. And Anish is in total control. I don't see him not winning this. Knowing that it's his move, yeah? I mean, that was the key.
Bishop f3 and queen b3 immediately played, putting pressure on that b4 bishop. Well, bishop c3 is not a move that you want to make, but if you fall back, then white can even start advancing the b pawn. Also, where do you go with this bishop? All the way back to f8.
Yeah, it's very sad. Yeah, very sad choice to go back because
maybe rook a7.
Well, rook a6,
yeah,
whatever.
B6.
Yeah, now white simply doesn't have a weak spot. Yeah, in the position, everything is double, triple protected. He is going with the d pawn because after rook b8 he will also advance d5. Yeah, opening up the bishop shows that he's already super confident in his position.
And the king on d2 is mega safe, because there is literally no check from anywhere.
Yes. I mean, of course, it was incredible how also Levon has survived. Yeah, it looked very. Yeah, bishop b7. Somehow Pragg has to try to hit this weak pawn on h2, but he doesn't have time. I mean, rook a7 followed by d5 will break the connection.
At some point, Peter, chat was screaming that what Pragg had to do was pick up the rook on h1 and go for this h2 pawn and try to create chances with that h3 pawn. And maybe they knew best.
Well, definitely. I mean, that was the critical moment. The only problem was that where do you take that? Yeah, it wasn't so easy.
Probably after queen a6, it felt like it was the only time. But the d6 bishop was happy. We'll take a look. This game was so crazy.
Yeah. Now bishop c5. Okay, Pragg is trying to hit the f2 square, yeah, but it's white to move.
Very importantly.
Yeah, now we know already. Yeah, but this game we are keeping track from the beginning, so here we understand exactly. Rook e1. Okay, Levon just wants to stabilize. Please take on e3. I'm gonna take f e3. Then I'm gonna somehow push even e4 and hide my king behind the knight on c3.
But it's a check. It's a check. So after bishop e3, you take fe3 and
bishop a6. Yeah, takes bishop a6. Come on, and then queen f2
Nice.
check. It's a fight on the board.
On the board. But Peter, can you go b7 and after queen check, just go knight
Ignore
e2?
it. Just forget about b7. No, b7 we go rook b8 and collect that pawn and open up
Right.
the b file. At least now Levon might be little bit regretting his last couple of moves that he gave. I mean, he wanted to control everything, and finally, Pragg managed to jump out of this box. And queen f2 check. I mean, it's a practical game. Forget about computer evaluation. If suddenly humanly one of the players gets nervous, like for example Levon, then it's still anybody's game.
I mean, if you pick up that h2 pawn, this h3 pawn can be very dangerous. So queen f2, queen h2 is a big idea on the board. And like you pointed out, b7 is easily stopped with rook b8. And in fact, you can't defend the pawn, which makes me ask you the next question. What does white do here?
Yeah, very difficult question.
Maybe you go queen a4, Peter, and put pressure on this bishop on a6.
But then queen f2 check?
Knight e2?
Just like this. So nerves of steel, yeah?
I don't know nerves of steel or not. I don't know good or bad, but at least you can't pick up h2 because a6 is hanging. And if you go bishop e2, rook e2, I'm a happy camper.
Well, I mean, even there the line continues, but after queen g1, you have queen d1. Yeah, that's the key. That's the key move. So yeah, maybe you can, but
sorry,
yeah,
what? He's gone
queen c2. Look at this drama. Drama is all around. Queen takes b6, just compensation now.
Just compensation for 2 pawns. And that b6 pawn was a big pawn.
And
but
also
not
that
anymore.
white pushed d5. Yeah, that with the pawn on d4, I believe it would be lovely for white, but it's weakened. I was a little bit shocked how careless Levon was by pushing b6, d5. I did not see that coming, to be honest. Wow, and Pragg with 34 seconds on the clock, he's back in the fight, and we know that if he has the position under his control, yeah, that he knows what is happening, then the clock does not affect him at all.
And this is the first time I'm seeing Lev lean on to the screen, towards the screen. You know, he's been just leaning back, chill zone Lev, but not anymore. I think he feels it that again, he's got to fight this game. Things were under control, but not anymore. Bishop c4, bringing that bishop into the game. Bishop d5 is a threat because there's a pin along the c file, a massive pin, really. Peter, this is game on. This is massive compensation.
Well, actually, I'm really worried for Levon. I mean, okay, we don't have to worry for Levon because if he does not win, even a draw loses for him the match. Yeah, so he needs to win. But I mean, black is coming with bishop b3, threat of bishop takes d5 is in the air as well. The king on c1 is not safe at all because black has all kinds of rook a8 ideas as well. I mean, queen a7 or queen a5. I would even prefer to be black here. You know, I really love this type of initiative. What a turn of events. Rook d1, apparently another bad move, but it's
Queen e3 is with a check. Firstly, there's a check on e3, bishop b3, and Levon shakes his head. Peter, did he just miss? But queen e3, there's king b1.
No, bishop b3, and after queen f5, there is
rook
queen e3 check.
Let's see that, Peter. Let's see that. Let's see that
first. I mean, clearly he wanted to go queen f5, but you want to take, yeah?
I think a bit. I want to take, but after queen e3, there might be rook d2. Rook d2, there's queen e1.
Queen e1, but then king b2. Yeah, that's.
But even that, you just take, and maybe you just even take on h.
No, but okay, then we will give perpetual. No, but
that's fine for Pragg, Peter. Don't forget, Pragg needs a draw.
No, but I mean, okay, he wants to win now. I mean, no, I mean, unless there is a very clear-cut repetition by, I mean, perpetual check by repetition, then yes, but otherwise he just wants to play the best moves.
Then let's start with this queen f5 and let's start with queen e3 check.
No, also maybe queen f5, just rook a8. Yeah, just go and, yeah, that, okay, queen f2 played.
Defending the pawn on e3, but this just allows bishop d1.
Yeah, I mean, queen f5, queen e3 was winning on the spot, basically. Yeah, it's because rook d2, queen d1 check was...
Exactly. And then king b1, you've got rook c3.
It's complete finish, and now Levon is falling apart.
This is epic stuff. Queen F2 played. Wow, what a missed opportunity by Lev, but Pragg is down to 9 seconds.
Yeah, Queen A5, he finds the killer move.
Is this the killer move? And look at him, Peter. He's
he's just
feeling
I
it.
mean,
He's
because
sensing
King
it. He's
D2 rook
smelling
takes C3, King D2 rook C3, followed by Queen takes D5, and you win the full rook, and you are even checkmating or what. I mean, it's completely winning. That's it. It's over.
Oh my God, this is insane stuff. If Pragg manages to pull this off, it's his 4th match win in a row, and just
unbelievable.
beating Lev itself is amazing stuff.
Yeah, I already won because we see that Magnus has also won his match. He might have been rooting for Levon. I can imagine that, you know, after Pragg was winning match after match, maybe Magnus, after winning his match already, he was rooting that, okay, Levon wins and then it's blitz playoff and all these things, but Pragg seems to seal it. King D2 and rook C3 will be blitzed out by Pragg, no doubt about it.
And rook C3 is just game over. You take that, and he does it, Peter. He does it. This boy is on fire.
And
Chennai
Levon resigns.
beats Miami Heat today. It feels like that is it. Levon resigns, and look, a thorough gentleman congratulates Pragg on that win. What a match this was.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, really, we felt the whole match was such an sensational fight that we missed out on almost all the other action because just all the games were spectacular.
Peter, I think we're going to hear it from the players, and we can see them right outside the playing arena. There's Pragg. He's sipping on some water, calming down those nerves, because this opening and this entire game was a total roller coaster.
It was, yeah. I mean, it would be lovely to have Pragg in our studio, in our broadcast.
I'm on it.
Yeah, that would be lovely. On the other hand, he has won 4 matches in a row. Maybe, you know, if we are superstitious, then just let him continue winning.
I completely agree with you. It's totally up to Pragg if he's comfortable or not.
Exactly. By the way, also Duda is in for a fight. Look at this. Unbelievable. He got a pawn to F6. He got these incredible bishops. After all, there is a chance to see a playoff, and he has 6 minutes on the clock. He is not in any time pressure whatsoever. So what a domination now. Unbelievable. I mean, but yeah, Firouzja is trying to get the G6 square for his king. It's not obvious how to proceed with white. Because the most tempting line like rook h1, g takes h5, but maybe at some point a small little bishop retreat might be tricky. On the other hand, now I don't see it because I have h4. All eyes on Duda. Yeah, he takes hg6, king g6 on the board, and he just plays a4. Wow. I mean, total vision of the board. He wants to kick the rook because the e6 pawn becomes vulnerable. Wow, that's very high class. I mean, that's the reason why you have to play your game. Yeah, then you know the logic and you know what you are playing for. I completely missed this idea that white still has this a4, a5. I mean, the Trojan horse is coming. Yeah, this a4, a5, and it might just win the game. How do we protect this e6 weakness? Not sure how we can protect. And a very quick update. What about Hans? Is he having a chance to survive? Because Anish is exchange up, but
probably I had something. Maybe even I was better. Like I wasn't sure. I thought I had something, but somehow I decided to go for this position where his king is kind of safe on d2, but somehow I couldn't just give any threat. And maybe this b5 move was wrong, just giving up the a6 pawn. But then okay, he blended at the end.
Were you surprised by that? Did you feel like you were already getting ready for the blitz game, Solmros, there?
Not really. I was just trying my last chances. I think, yeah, with b6, d5, I think it should be completely winning. It happens sometimes that you just get blanked.
I know I keep asking you about the difference in level between playing the open tournaments and playing this, but I have to ask you, are you surprised that you are standing here with 4 wins so far in this tournament?
To be honest, I think I got some lucky wins here and there. So I think
that's what you said in the Esports Cup as well, by the way.
No, I think truly, I think today, the final game, I think I didn't play so well. I probably had different ways to play and I chose the wrong one, so I'm not happy with it. But still, win is a win. So
a win is a win, and you told me in Oslo that the mark you bear in your forehand is for luck. Now I think you've been thinking so much that it's almost gone, but you still feel you're getting lucky.
It's not like luck. It's just belief, and it's just belief that it's not for luck.
Thank you so much, Prag. We look forward to seeing on, and it's really developing into a two-player race right now. You and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, still 3 more matches, so anything can happen.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, thanks.
Once again, just a super confident and super pragmatic Prag as well. Just the fact that, he won this match against Lev, he keeps his emotions under control, but also the way he was critical about his play despite winning it. It just shows the kind of maturity that a champion has.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he very objectively evaluated the situation. He also doesn't want to get into any provocation. Yeah, he very nicely knows that. Yeah, let me just focus on the thing that I know best, playing chess.
Yeah,
and yeah, he's doing incredibly. I mean, okay, this game was up and down. He got lucky at the end, but he was fighting. And actually, it's Levon who should blame himself because he had a lot of time on his clock. Yeah, Prag was under pressure, clock pressure. So the reason why I suddenly stopped that, I see that Anish Giri has won his game against Hans Niemann, and then he wins the match. Very important win for him.
It's a very important win for him, and it's his first win here at the FTX Crypto Cup. So a much needed confidence boost for Anish. We're not used to seeing him at the bottom of the table. He's still sitting there shaking his head. So like Prag, perhaps after winning the match, still not happy with certain critical moment decisions.
Wow, and did I read correctly by Tania that apparently Prag is joining us? That would be sensational.
We will know soon, Peter, but hopefully we'll have him in the studio to go through these incredible fights that he had with Lev. I also really liked how when he was asked about leading the tournament, he just said, you know what, 3 more games to go. So no comment on that.
Yeah, basically 3 matches, which means 12 games. Yeah, it's just incredible amount. Yeah, that people might look at the standings and then think like, ah, wow, okay, you already won 4 matches, then it's so natural and so automatic that you keep on winning. No, it's absolutely not. Every single match is a new challenge.
And Peter, we do have Prag with us to take us through his games today. Prag, first tell us how you feeling after your match.
Yeah, I'm happy with the result, but not with the game quality, I think.
You said that in your interview with Sware as well. We were watching it. What was it that you feel you could have done better? Because we were watching with chat, Peter and I, and we were very impressed.
Yeah, no, I think in the last game, I probably had some wins, which I missed. So that's what I'm not happy about. And I got lost position. So yeah, I probably should have found at least a way to equalize, but I couldn't.
So in that last game, did you feel that you lost control somewhere?
Yeah. It was quite complex game, and he was playing quite fast to put pressure on the clock. So, I couldn't force a draw. That was my problem. And I was just trying to find something forcing, but it was not there.
Okay, so we're gonna have the live game on the side, but Prag, take us through, because we know that we've got 3 big matches. We don't want to keep you for long. Take us through some of the critical moments, if that's fine with you.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, first of all, sorry to interrupt. Congratulations, Prag. It was an incredible match.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so go on.
So here, yeah, I just spoke with Ramesh and he said everything is correct. I think rook e2, knight e2, queen e4. And yeah, bishop g5. I thought he should play bishop e3 first, but...
And then what was your, I mean, queen h1, king d2, and how to...
Yeah, just come back.
Always come back, yeah? This was...
Yeah, because queen h2, there is some queen g5 trick, so...
Yes, this is a problem, yeah. So you always come back and you play some Marshallish compensation, yeah?
Yeah, but it's not so clear.
Yeah, knight c3.
Yeah, but
I think
black
we
should
had
be
this
worse here.
position with Tanya. I think we were discussing this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, good compensation, but yeah, and then after bishop g5, you had more than a draw, or you maybe had a win.
Yeah, I just spoke with Ramesh. He said some. Yeah, this a6 b5 and all is correct. And queen a6, I should go queen f3.
Oh, wow, this small. I mean, but this is so difficult. Yeah.
Oh, there's no queens. So what's the difference here?
Yeah, the problem was I thought queen d3 was strong first. But then there is short castle, queen e4, queen c6. So
Exactly,
Yeah,
that was
we
my
saw
move
this.
first as well. Yeah, it was. This was hilarious defense. Yeah, it was just very
Queen
stylish.
f3, rook c2. What did you have in mind?
I know I didn't find this one. I think there was someone he was suggesting. I think one of the wins was rook e3, fe3, queen h1, queen h2. And then h pawn just promotes.
Peter, maybe this is what our chat was pointing out when we couldn't understand the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the chat pointed out something, but I have to say I did not understand. Yeah, that where we can take this is the moment where you can take. Yeah, it's wonderful, of course. But you had like 30 seconds or 1 minute on the clock.
No, I had more. I think I had like 3 minutes. But Levon was just playing so fast to put pressure on the clock. It was.
Were you
nice
surprised? Were you surprised when Love decided to repeat this opening?
No, because I think this kind of position is what he needs in a must-win game. So
Yeah.
you're not surprised.
Yeah, because he's got like you have to prove your initiative and it's totally imbalanced.
And if you can reveal a secret, if you don't need to. But it was Adiban who played it in the Olympiad. That how much spirit of Adiban is behind this line?
Yeah, definitely we discussed it during Olympiad.
Yeah, because this was like, it was very interesting that there was this game between him and Vahidov, and on board 4 they were blitzing out everything, all this bishop g3 check, bishop d6, king f2, and today you also played it. It just felt like it was some teamwork involved.
Yeah, we definitely discussed it during Olympiad. Like, yeah, but that game he got worse quite quickly. I think he forgot some lines there.
Yeah, well, I mean, in this line, it's so difficult. Yeah, okay, this game was incredible fight. What else happened in this match? Because we felt like so many things happened. First of all, tell us that when did you spot that you definitely gonna trap his queen, or there is no way for him to escape?
No, when I played rook a2, I thought he has to go for b5 and give up the pawn, I guess.
This rook a2 idea, was this something, a motive that you had seen before you came up with it over the board?
I might have seen it. I don't know. But I just spotted it during the game.
Yeah, we were just so impressed with this concept of defending the rook and bishop b5.
Yeah.
So you mentioned b5 here.
Yeah, but it's bad. Yeah. Just give the pawn and try to get the queen out.
Yeah, basically it's kind of capitulate. And when was because when he played this b6, yeah, computer immediately said that it's kind of, it jumped with the evaluation. Did you also have the feeling that, wow, what is he doing? I might trap his queen.
No, I knew that b6 is not good. So I was just trying to figure out what's the way.
Ah, so you knew it, yeah?
Also, Levon doesn't play Grunfeld much. So it was quite surprising choice.
Well, he did play in his youth, and you know, I also played for like 50 years the Grunfeld, but I stopped it in 2002. Yeah, so it's
yeah, that's why I decided to play something recent line. So it's probably a recent trend.
Yeah, it was a very tricky choice. And what else? I mean, we had this incredible battle also. Yeah, the first time when you guys played this position. I mean, we noticed with Tanya that Levon was kind of blitzing. How irritating was it that he keeps on blitzing despite you are kind of surprising him with this variation?
No, I think he was not prepared. He was just playing by intuition. I kind of felt it.
But that's
you
also
felt
been,
it, yeah?
That's also been Lev's strategy, you know, to just play fast. We've seen that throughout the tour, and he's spoken about it that he wants to keep that pressure on the clock. So even if sometimes he's confused or doesn't know the opening, it's important to keep the momentum.
Yeah, I think that's what his strategy was against me, at least.
And in this game, was there, because it was such an incredible fight and we didn't know exactly what was going on, was there some key moment?
I could just go like rook a8, rook f8 here.
Instead of bishop g4, yeah?
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if it's full compensation.
To start with rook f8.
Yeah.
So you are threatening knight takes d4, and then he plays bishop e2, or?
Yeah, bishop e2. And rook a8.
But of course, yeah, very difficult during the game, yeah, to decide between these moves. And can I do some g4, or you will already sacrifice on d4, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, always some sacrifice.
Yeah, always something. Yeah, because from white side, when Levon put his queen on f3, I felt like he wants to go g4 at some point.
Yeah, knight d4 maybe.
Knight d4, ed4.
Bishop g4
and it's probably winning, yeah?
Something is coming, no?
Yes, something is definitely coming, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, it looked very, very dangerous, but maybe you got careless, yeah, that you sacrificed the second pawn too quickly.
Yeah, I just went all in for no reason. Like I was tempted with some idea. So what did I? Yeah, h3,
Bishop g3 you played.
Yeah, queen e4.
And then bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5.
What was your kind of calculation after f5?
No, f5 that didn't work. I think just queen back somewhere.
There was the crazy idea that Peter had in this position. Peter,
yeah, I was yeah, that's why I asked you.
Everything.
Yeah, probably that also works, but
I was not 100% sure, but we have to show all the incredible ideas for the viewers, and I was saying that you definitely don't want to give Levon a position like this.
Yeah, this also looks. Maybe I'm fine, like queen e8 or something, and then king g6.
Yeah, if you are a computer, maybe, but yeah, humanly you just don't want, yeah. Yeah, and then you played bishop f5, you kept the pressure, and you made a relatively easy draw, yeah, finally.
No, I think it's probably just bad. Bishop b8, and yeah, yes, rook d1 was strong according to computer, but okay, that was tough, I think.
Yeah,
and after bishop c2 to go like queen g4.
Okay, that is tough.
That's not. But I thought you can try like king f1 or something. Somehow try to escape. Maybe I have some short, right? I didn't calculate too much.
Well, there was Tania's idea also, 95 somewhere, yeah, when the bishop
that was also there, but maybe
after king f1 you can
queen b7. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. Even some rook d4 could be there.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. Pragg, Peter, I'm going to ask you guys to quickly get an update. Pragg, if you can tell us what you think about the live board, the live position on the Duda Alireza board.
Alireza is up on 1. So
yeah,
he should win the match. Okay, this is nothing.
This is nothing, yeah?
Yeah. Even if he wants to take on a5, go rook b2, rook f2, king f6. Yeah.
Wait, what? Slow down. Knight a5, bishop a5, and rook b2, rook f2.
And then oh, no, it's not possible. Bishop d8 is there. So you go rook f4.
No, but you can go rook f2, king f2, and rook f1.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Rook f4, rook f1, and then take on f6. And that's it. Wow. Who do you play tomorrow, Pragg?
I think Liam.
And there we have it. You're playing Liam. So how does it work? Do you go back and immediately now start thinking about the next round, or you'll take it a little easy for some time?
No. For some time, we'll go for some walk, if possible, with Ramesh, and relax for some time, and then start.
I want to ask you, we've often seen that, you know, you play a game and then there's an improvement in the opening, and we see that in the same round. So between games, you are still preparing for the next round.
Yeah, I do check some lines.
Yeah.
I think thanks to Ramesh sir, I think I'm getting ideas quite quickly, so I can use it in the next game.
It's amazing. Well, thank you so much, Pragg. Peter, any final questions for Pragg?
Yeah, well, I was also very impressed, especially against Hans Niemann, yeah, that you entered the same line and then blitzed out bishop g5, you solved all your problems and you even had a chance, yeah, later on in that game.
Yeah, there was some queen e2 chance.
Yeah, but I mean, it was very impressive. That's when I was telling the people that Ramesh is there. That's for sure. That's for sure, and it's lovely to see this combo of you guys that it's working so nicely. I mean, wishing you all the best of luck for the remaining 3 matches. Yeah, because I told Tania that I very much like that you said that there are still 3 more matches, 12 more games. Yeah. It's gonna be a big challenge, but yeah, you are doing fantastically. Keep on this incredible work.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Pragg. Not just all the best from Peter, but also chat, a lot of fans. Thank you and all the best for the remaining matches.
Yeah, thanks for all the fans. Yeah, thanks to you.
All right, Pragg. Thanks. Bye.
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 Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. Yeah, that Ramesh and Pragg together, this combo is just incredible. I mean, one really feels that
unstoppable. What is
unstoppable? Yeah, the ideas, opening ideas, this human touch, these psychological elements, and everything. That's how a coach has to function. Yeah, because it's not only about openings and some moves, but this chemistry between the two. Yeah, this is what builds the confidence, and it's basically wonderful to see.
No, it really is. And also just how calm and composed he is. You know, Peter, he's all of 17. And with these big wins, he's got his head on his shoulders. And he knows that these 3 big matches are coming up. And it's so nice to see that kind of composure. But I have to tell you, like during our training camps in Olympiad, you know, it's a different Pragg. Like he's the Pragg from Ramesh's tweet. I don't know if we can have that tweet up one more time because I'm forgetting the word that Ramesh used to describe Pragg. But he's so naughty and just, you know, full of, yeah, there it is. With a young, naughty and innocent Pragg, now he's, again, I can't see the word, but Neta Koku, super naughty and not innocent at all. And then we have this Pragg in front of the camera who's so composed and calm.
Yeah, that's how it is. I know it from myself as well. Yeah, because okay, you have to kind of control all your emotions and everything. Yeah, during the game and also after the interview. Once you get back to your room, you have your privacy. Yeah, then you can let your emotions go and you can be a child again. Yeah, it's quite nice. This is how it works.
We are definitely going to ask him about this tweet next time we have him with us, joining us in the studio. And of course, there are a lot of fans for Pragg in our chat. He's got 3 big matches coming up. Let's quickly talk about our other results as well, Peter. It's been an exciting day that we've had, but no tie breaks, no playoffs today. All games decided in the rapid portion. Alireza winning against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 2.5 to half. He needed a draw in the last round and managed to do it without too much trouble. Anish Giri wins his first match of the FTX Crypto Cup over Hans Niemann, while Magnus Carlsen made it look easy against Liam. Pragg against Levon, just absolute fire by Pragg there, winning the match 3-1. And the opening approach that we saw from him and how he felt that Lev was playing really fast, but still Pragg also kept up to the task. Impressive stuff there. Peter, how did you feel about the chess today?
We have seen incredible fights, really incredible. I mean, at some point I lost the count how the matches are standing because I just didn't know what's going on, which basically speaks for itself that we just have way too much action. I mean, this incredible match between Pragg, then at some point we felt like, okay, now Levon is bouncing back. Yeah, he had the time advantage. His position looked winning. And then he hurried. Pragg immediately jumped at his chance. And basically, we are kind of the losers of this situation because otherwise we would have seen an incredible playoff, yeah, between Levon and Pragg if Levon would have managed to bounce back. But yeah, congratulations to Pragg, and Levon will be kicking himself. Yeah, that suddenly, I mean, it looked in this last game that he's under trouble, he's under pressure, and he will never have a chance. Finally, he got that chance with a time advantage. Not making the most of it will hurt him.
But Lev is also a champion. We know we can expect great things from him in the coming matches. And by the way, Peter, our chat which of course helps us whenever we need it, is informing us that Neta Koku actually means a tall crane. So it kind of refers to how tall and the kind of height shoot up that Pragg has had over the last year. Like, even I was thinking the same thing when I met him last. He used to be up till my shoulder, and now he's way taller than me.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, this is wonderful to see also. Yeah, this incredible development at the chessboard with his chess results, his height. Probably it also gives extra confidence. Yeah, because you feel like, yeah, I'm basically not only chess wise but also physically already capable of fighting against anyone. After all, chess is you have to bring a lot of energy and a lot of confidence. It's all about it. And it's wonderful to see what he's producing. I mean, and he doesn't shy away. Yeah, he needed a draw in this last game, and he was ready to go for it again with this pawn sacrifice, this adventure. Indian youngster team, Adiban spirit, whoever invented or was behind the idea, it worked perfectly today.
Absolutely. What a day of chess we've had. More of that coming up tomorrow. Well, this is where the players stand going into day 5 of the FTX Crypto Cup. Things are getting hot in Miami, but so far it's a 2-horse race with Magnus, Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa at 12 points, a 4-point lead to Alireza. But it's not as much as we really think, because for every match win, the players get 3 points. So there's still everything to play for. Levon Aronian at 5 points. And then on 5th place, we've got Anish and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The nightmare continues for Hans Niemann. Peter, let's also take a look at our matchups coming up for day 5. We've got Hans against Alireza. Liam plays Pragg. Duda against Magnus. That's always a hot matchup since the two played in the World Cup. And Levon against Anish.
Yeah, I feel like that this incredible match, Duda against Firouzja, we didn't have much time to focus on, because simply the Levon Pragg match steal the show today. I feel like we still own our public to check the last games, last couple of moves, because when we left it, it looked like Duda is about to strike back, and then we might be seeing a playoff. And I believe this was the moment. Yeah, I was praising this move A4, that okay, wow, A5 is coming, and things like this are coming. But what happened, just very quickly to take a look, what was the turnaround point? So Firouzja took king G5, A5, rook C6, king F3, trying to play against the king. Rook G1 check is coming, looking very good for white. Knight D4 check, king E4, H5, fighting. Yeah, Alireza is fighting. Rook, what happened here? Hang on. Yeah, bishop D2 check, king G6, rook G1 check, king H7, rook G5. Look at this. I mean, the position looking very promising for white. After king H8 takes, rook H7. I mean, Firouzja survived this, not only survived, yeah, I mean, basically he won the match thanks to surviving this game. Yeah, and probably this is the moment after trading the rooks, he's kind of safe. And wow, okay, this is the reason, because I was wondering that with this passive rook on C6, but he activated the knight, and finally then already here it's clear that black is having things under control and went on to win. All right. So what a save Alireza, and then he avoided the playoff. We would have enjoyed the playoff in any of our matches, but it was not to be.
Tremendously, but a big fight here by Jan-Krzysztof Duda in this match as well. But Alireza prevailed. Peter, what a fun day of chess we've had. And chat, thank you so much for always being there with us and making this an amazing broadcast with all your inputs. Don't forget to go and sign up on the FTX on ftxcryptocup.com for all the exclusive access to some great content, as well as all our tournaments, which will give you an opportunity to win some great prizes, $100,000 in prizes. It's a whole immersive experience of the FTX Crypto Cup. It's been super fun. Big day coming up. By the way, I see in chat someone that we're being asked, when is Pragg versus Magnus? And if my memory serves me right, I think that is our finale. That is the final match, the last round. We are being confirmed. Tad is mentioning it is the last round of the event, but there's a lot more action coming up before that. Peter and I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Carlsen, Tari, Hammer, Urtgedal, Christensen, Fressinet, Mozart, Lagarde, Andrussi. I'm just going by team now. Sindarov, Yakubayev, Abdusatarov, Vorkidov, Giri, Varmedam, Van Forest, Smeets, Bok, Lamy. Okay.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.